And we are live. Live and let live. We are live. Alrighty. So we are still with the sisters cross examination, I believe. So we are continuing, and let me get Fry up here as we are going. Extra camera. He continues to move on me because he is Fryberto of the Frybertness. So he is always doing whatever he wants as usual. But we are here and ready to go, and we will continue to go with the sister's testimony today. And hopefully, we will get to the son's testimony. The sister has been a little bit less, I don't know if it's less forthcoming, but she definitely seems to be thinking a little bit more about her answers with the defense. And it seems noticeable, but she could just be really nervous and, you know, really thinking about what the defense is saying. Uh, so I don't know. And she seems really nervous and soft spoken. Again, if the home was truly abusive, then good morning, AC's wildflower. Then typically very compliant, very quiet, introverted children will tend to kind of become more compliant, more introverted, and will kind of struggle with questions that will put their parents in a bad light. So they'll almost overthink them to the point of sounding kind of like they're trying to be deceptive, but they're trying to think of an answer that doesn't uh make their parents sound bad, but they're trying to come up with an answer that puts their family in a best light, but they're still children. So it's again, it may sound calculating, but yeah, it's again, the dad could have taken a plea deal and stopped their kids from going through all of this. You know, on the one hand, it's selfish um, to just let him have, a lower amount of time. But on the other hand, he could have just, kept his kids from having to go through all of this and made sure that his kids didn't end up in the system. I mean, I don't know how willing the system would be to let his, in-laws or his mother have the kids. So after all of this. So hello, Rabbit. Hello, Reindeer. Hello, Paige M and Carlene. So let's get into this.
Havasu Road?
Yes.
Do you remember what the layout of that house was?
Yes.
Going to show you some things too.
Hey, Sal.
So that house, there was, so you walk in the front entry and you're in the living room, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a dining room to your left, and a family room to your right, and the kitchen is the back on the left.
Yes.
And then if you go to the left through a door, there's a bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I think the male
Was that
defense
your bedroom?
attorney, was a
On the
late
left?
add-on.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then if you
Good
went
morning, Paige M.
opposite your bedroom, down some stairs, you get to the garage, correct?
And the way that was situated is my bedroom, there's a laundry room, down the stairs is the garage, and then there's the bathroom.
The bathroom is in the hallway between the garage and your bedroom.
It's on the other end of my, so if I'm looking at my bedroom here, bathroom's on my right.
Okay. And the other 3 bedrooms were on the far opposite side of the house from your bedroom, correct?
Yes,
So you had to cross from your bedroom through the dining room, through the family
Right.
room and living
What
room
is
to the other 3 bedrooms on the other side of the house.
yes,
wrong with you?
And before she was born, Lynn was in one of those rooms, correct?
yes,
What is wrong with
And so it's fair to say it was pretty far from your room in terms of the distance within that one house, correct?
yes,
Yes, 80% of life is just asking, what is wrong with you when you have puppies?
Fair to say that you moved into a room in the garage around the time that she was born, right?
yes.
One moment, Judge. I have no other questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. Ms. Coakley, do you have any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may begin.
So, Fiona, I want to start with the layout of the house.
Mhm.
When you talked about being able to hear some of the physical abuse that was happening,
Yes,
what room was Lynn in at that
in the garage.
point? And so the location of your bedroom in the Arizona house as it related to the garage was close to the garage.
Yes,
And so you could hear the physical abuse when it was happening there.
yes,
And did you in fact see an instance where he was pressed up against a wall?
yes.
Okay. Were his feet on the ground when that happened?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did that incident scare you?
Yes,
What were you worried about?
that he was grabbing too tight, and that something worse than just hurt might have.
Good
Can you just say
morning,
that one more
Irish.
You need to restate
Something
that.
worse would happen than just, the grabbing.
Okay, worse like how?
Jury hear that?
Um,
All right, stop. Let's have her restate that answer so the jury can hear it.
So what were you worried worse would happen?
Objection?
Overruled.
I was worried that one day, that he might,
Objection?
Overruled.
that he would accidentally kill.
And is that based on the physical force that you saw?
Yes,
And the level of anger and aggression you saw the defendant do towards your brother?
yeah,
Is this emotional for you to talk about?
yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to think about my brother not being here. It's not fair.
Now, on cross-examination, the defense
Okay,
asked you.
so this pisses me off greatly. You can see the man behind him tearing up, but he's nothing. Nothing. Now, me, when I see my kids getting upset and tearing up, it's hard for me to hold it in. Like when we had crime and punishment night at my house, when my middle daughter was getting upset at, having to write an apology note, it was hard for me to not, get teary-eyed a little too, even though I knew she had to do it. You know, the fact that he could sit here stone-faced and listen to his child, get teary-eyed, but this guy who I don't know if he has any connection to the case, if he's a visitor, if he's a social worker, whatever his connection is. And look, I'm not one to cry in public. I mean, I've cried more on the internet than I generally do, but it still it bothers me a little bit, and I don't know how the jury's going to take this.
You about were there times they
Well, this is his adopted child. I mean, maybe he's the foster. Oh yeah, Sal, you're right. Now I understand. It took me a second, but now I get what you're saying.
you saw efforts to calm your brother down with words. What were those efforts like?
Angry. Stern, not comforting at all.
Okay, is that how he was talked to and treated by both your parents, Tim and Tracy?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yeah.
At the time that it was happening to you, did some of the, well, you know, when you were living in the house, did you really understand whether or not what was happening to you was wrong?
In Arizona?
Yeah, in Arizona?
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Sal.
Objection as to the foundation of the question.
Overruled.
But just make sure you speak loudly, please.
So can you repeat that?
Yeah, at the time when it was happening, all these things are happening to your brother in Arizona. Did you understand that what was happening was wrong?
Yes.
Did it kind of, your understanding of what was happening as you got older, did that it evolve?
It changed, yes.
Okay, how did it change?
It became more clear that, I'm sorry.
Take your time.
Kind of coalesced into like actual understanding of what was going on, so I could identify a word to go with it.
Okay, what's that word?
Abuse.
Now, we talked on cross-examination a little bit about some of the things that your brother did do with the family. What's the time period total that you lived in Arizona?
Again, I can't recall exactly, but I want to say like 5 years.
Okay, so over 5 or 6 years, were there times that he got to do stuff with your family?
Yes.
Over that 5 or 6 years, were there also times where he was?
I will have to look
left
into
home
that.
alone in his room?
Let me
And
see if I
times when
can.
you guys would be gone for all day,
Yes.
and he would be left home alone in his room.
Yes.
So those pictures that you looked at, that the defense showed you, those are all events that he went to in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
And some of them are as long as 5 or 6 years ago.
Yes.
And you talked about, you saw that picture of him doing homework in the house with you. Is that in the house in Arizona?
Yes.
Is that a common occurrence?
Not all the time.
Was it rare for that type of thing to happen?
It would happen if someone had supervision, so I was there. As I think, I don't remember exactly, but it wasn't, I'll just say it wasn't often.
So there were times, you're not saying that the stuff that happened was when he was in the room was every single day, every minute of the day.
No.
There were times when he was outside and allowed to play.
Yes.
But most of the time, where was he?
In his room or then outside.
Now,
It's pulling up
I
Arizona.
want to talk about Florida specifically. You gave us a word for what you felt like happened in Arizona. Is that word?
So just a cursory glance on my phone. What the articles I'm pulling up, just again, kind of first glance, it's pulling up evidence that they have from Arizona. It doesn't have an actual case that was put up, but I'll have to do some deeper digging. So I'll look up maybe local Tucson news would have something, and I can look a little bit closer there. But just right now, it's saying that they're using Tucson evidence. So my guess is if they have evidence, there must have been a case open. But so far, I'm just seeing from a cursory glance that they're allowed to use evidence.
How you feel about how he was treated in Florida as well?
Objection.
Sustain, rephrase.
The defense asked you about, you know, in Florida, did you, were you reading in your room a lot?
Yes.
Do you still know what's going on in your house?
Technically, yes.
And you lived in the same house as your brother?
Yes.
And during the time in Florida, did you see him a lot?
Not often.
And is that because he's out of house at school or something else?
Either at school or outside in the yard.
And then where's the only other place he was?
Room.
Now, you mentioned about how he was treated in Arizona. Was he treated the same way in Florida?
Objection.
Overruled as to that.
Gardening work, yes. He was outside and in his room. A lot roughly.
You talked about how when you observed your parents deal with him, that there was anger. Is that how, when they interacted with him, is that what you observed the situation in Florida as well?
Anger or frustration.
Was there yelling at him?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right. Ma'am, that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you. All right, Ms. Coakley, do you have your next witness ready?
Sure, can we just have a 5-minute break and then, yeah.
All right, we'll take a 5-minute, we'll make it a 10-minute recess, and then we'll start back up with the next witness. All right? Court's in recess. All
Okay.
right, everyone may be seated.
I do like how they've edited out.
Before you do, let me just wrap up the last witness. So Judge, there were two
Okay.
items of evidence that are,
Quick update. So according to, I just found a local thing. According to the WPIC I team, so this is a local news report. Police reports from there have been police reports from their local home in Arizona. Sorry. And they do contain previous allegations of child abuse. So there were police reports, and they say they have claims of their son being beaten with a jump rope and belt. But the deputies in Arizona noted they caught him telling tall tales. So it looks like there was a paper trail, but it looks like the reports are both helpful to the state in that they show abuse, but then they also are helpful to the fence because they're a mixed bag of the reports of abuse, but then also reports of the child not being as candid or truthful about things. Yay, it's Jamie.
Yeah.
Yay, I'm not alone anymore.
No, I
Felt
was
alone.
because I was like, I wanted to actually like talk to you about this. I haven't watched much of it. I actually only got to see the boy testify. So I'm just curious, like, where you guys are at with it right now.
Well, so we are just now getting to the victim, Ronan or Ty, testifying because,
Okay.
as you know, I get sidetracked and or don't have all the times.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Like, okay. Don't come for me, everybody, because I haven't
No,
watched the whole thing and I haven't really seen much of what's been going on. But what I got out of his testimony is there's a lot of inconsistencies and like tall tales, it seems like. But that's just me. And I'm just kind of like, so I'm very curious about like what everybody thinks and what's going on.
So what I've gotten from the defense, and I haven't seen him testify yet,
Okay.
is that what I've gotten from the defense came out hot, and that rubbed me kind of the wrong way because I was like, but the child seemed like he's very smart,
Mhm.
and he wants negative attention. It looks like he got a lot of attention, and then the parents kept having kids, and it seemed like they didn't invest in him as a child unless he was doing something wrong, is kind of the vibe I've gotten. So unless he was doing something wrong, it seems like they kind of just ignored him.
Mhm.
It's kind and you can't do that if you're in a big family. You have to take time to kind of otherwise a child will just act out just to get attention.
Yeah,
And
that's
if
what
he's really su
seemed like a lot of acting out on his part. And
well, and it seems like he wasn't challenged, and then they just went full on I don't know, they just decided to build him a box. Like,
that's
no, like, military school, no, like, outward bound kind of, let's see if maybe outdoors training or something, just like, let's put him in a box. It's just the weirdest
it is.
that's kind of where I am. So it's like, I'm glad to see his defense, but I just wish he would have taken the plea deal and spared us all. I
Yeah.
don't get what
What is
well,
happening?
that's what happens when you mess with a cat. Did you mess
Uh-oh.
with a cat? Did you mess with the cat? Yes, when you mess with the cats, they will bite back. Yes. I am not home base. And if you bite me, I am super not home base.
Like, mommy, save me.
Yes, well, when you mess with the cats, they will fight back. I have been telling you this from day one. If you're a butt to the cats,
Well, here's the thing is I'm not like I just want to make it clear I'm not if he literally built a box to punish this child, for all the stuff that because some of the stuff that came out, I mean, I won't spoiler anybody was like, whoa. But
well, yeah.
but
I mean,
that's
from
still
what
like
Sal
over the
says,
top. That's a little over the top.
yeah, but there are facilities. There are other things you can do. I have
Yeah.
not heard mention of a therapist they went to or other things. If they were, I mean, they're using this like, I was afraid for the kids in our family. Give me 1 second. I'm going to shut the door so the evil, mean cats don't get in and I can put them down.
Yeah.
So we won't use me as home. Well, if you go,
Has
Oh.
everybody in the chat watched ahead? I'm curious because I know Mo's been kind of like doing pieces. I was just bored after we were waiting for verdicts, and I see it testify. So I was like, "Well, I have no idea what's going on in this trial, but I want to see."
Oh no, you're fine. My thing is again,
did watch
there are
the-
so many.
And I do get what you mean. Like they did come in a little hot, and I was like, "Okay, I don't know if anybody's gonna like that," but
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Until you hear, and I've heard certain things because Sal was like, "Oh my gosh, you have to hear what he did," and I was like,
you
"Oh
are.
Lord, did we find our
Oh.
eviler triplet?"
Yeah.
But let's get into his testimony.
Yeah.
That we introduced.
All
4
right,
and
I'm going
7.
to try
I have
1.25.
to
If it's
redact
too
the back of them.
fast, let me.
Once I do that, I will at some point ask to publish that to the jury, but I can't right now because of the redactions that's necessary.
Okay. And
If it's too
I guess I
fast,
should
let me
clarify
know.
it for the record. You did not move in 7 through 14 during the examination. I assume you wanted to move them in to preserve the record on my ruling on the sidebar conference, correct? Am I correct?
So 4 and 7, I moved into evidence on the record.
Right,
The other ones were for identification purposes to refresh our recollection based on the court's ruling.
right.
So we have marked them, so they are part of the record, is my understanding.
Okay, all right, good enough.
The clerk has those.
Okay, all right, so the clerk should have, what we were dealing with was a 4 through 14 now.
Correct.
4 and 7 came in evidence, the rest were for ID purposes.
That's right.
Okay, all right, Ms. Coakley?
I will withdraw the state's motion for RF to testify in camera after discussion with his attorney and RF this morning. We're going to have to testify in court and in light of the technical difficulty.
Okay, so what that means is that for purposes of the media coverage, the media can still cover the trial. They cannot show the likeness of the minor witness during his testimony. I thought you were going to raise another issue because of the lateness of the morning. You had mentioned wanting to finish up the witness entirely. I don't, because we've gone to about 11:45 with the first witness. I don't see us
I am
finishing
so
the
excited,
next
Sal.
witness by
If we get all
by
of those
12:30.
smexy,
And I right about that, or do you think you'd be able
we
to
have
finish?
material for years.
So here's the question. We can go to 12:30 with your direct and then break for lunch with cross-examination, or I can break now for lunch and we start back at 1 o'clock. That way the direct and cross will occur continuously. Mr. Wahid, are you fine with that?
I'm gonna skip forward to them deciding if they're gonna have lunch or not.
All right, everyone may be seated. Anything the court needs to address before we break for lunch?
Oh, for God's
Ms. Murad
sakes.
or Ms. Wahid, Ms. Coakley?
Okay, so apparently we are gonna have lunch.
What are the charges?
So it's child abuse, child neglect, and wrongful imprisonment.
Are these like, if he gets convicted, like a life sentence?
He turned down a plea deal for 2 years and 5 years of probation. If he gets convicted on all charges, he's facing 40 years,
Okay,
up to 40 years.
pretty much life.
Yeah, and I'm like, so my thing is purely selfishness, he should have taken the plea deal, but also purely not selfish to keep his kids off the stand. He and his wife should have just been like, okay, look, it looks terrible that we did this. We should just take the plea deal so that our kids don't have to testify.
Mhm.
Because we're gonna look even more evil. I mean, even if you're doing it on purely selfish optical reasons, like just optics, like we're gonna look even more douchey if we make our kids testify.
Yeah.
But some people, well, I guess they had a sweetheart deal that they were gonna give him. I don't know his reasons for turning it down. I don't know. As Jim Gaffigan would label them, they are Shiite Catholic. So I don't know if he thinks that, Jesus was like, put him in the box. I have no idea. I'm sure they are. I have no doubt. They probably,
Did we
again,
get-
you have record. This is just as bad as Gareth. I'm like, you have flipping recordings. What do you think? Do you think everyone's going to see these recordings of you yelling at this kid? I mean, look, I would not want to have to parent this child. He sounds like he's incredibly bright, incredibly willful, incredibly difficult to parent. I am not discounting that. But never in my lifetime would I think, okay, you know what I'm going to do? Crate train him. No. It would be like Outward Bound, you're going to military school.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't be that. It would be, okay, there has to be some kind of Elon Musk training school, that we can send you to, because obviously you are just not being challenged enough. You need somewhere that can challenge you, that can give you some kind of discipline that, will take you from super impulsivity of a teenage boy to, learning that self-discipline and using your Sith Lord powers into Jedi powers, turn away from the dark side, Anakin. It just at least Court TV or Law and Crime has taken out the lunch breaks. That's nice.
I see that they're going
Right.
in editing
We're back
it.
in session on State versus Farrader. All sides ready to proceed?
I know, but it's confusing now because I'm used to them not.
Okay.
So I keep wanting to skip ahead. I'm like, oh, for flip's sake, they've taken them out.
Right?
Oh, he would test everyone's patience. This child, I think, would test everyone's patience at the military school.
He had my patience tested. I'm not a parent, so I'm like, oof, oof.
Yeah, if even half of the things that Sal said he did happened, I would have been like, oh no. No, child. Like send me postcards from boarding school, child. We don't even know.
That's why I wanted to come on and talk to you, because I'm like, I'm not a mom, so I have no idea what. I mean, granted, you're not. I say that, and building a room is not on the list.
Well, it's just like,
I'm
okay,
also like, wow, what do you-
again, I have 3 sons with ADHD. They say he has ADHD. Again, you don't put them in a box. You don't that's the wrong thing. Like if you know this child is super smart,
Seems like it. Yeah.
well, yeah, he might be a subject of a blanket party allegedly. I'm just saying that, Full Metal Jacket might come around. It might be like,
Maybe that's
is
what
this your donut? And,
he sees a
things
quick,
might happen.
sock quarter, and then he'll be fine. From some
Yeah. So,
military kids.
but it's also that different personalities. Again, they adopted this child knowing that he probably was going to manifest certain issues because of the things that had happened in early childhood.
Yeah.
Or they should have been aware. I mean, they probably, again, going through adoption, especially international adoption, you have to go through so many hoops, so many classes, so many different things. You go in with your eyes open. For them to say, like, we were shocked and we didn't know, and oh my gosh. No. And they have a large family. As a mom of a large family, if you do not take time to encourage and pay attention to every child in there, yes, if you only pay attention to him when he is acting out, then he is going to act out to get attention. If you keep making him root his room because you have a new baby and you kick him out of his room every time you have a new kid, yeah, he's going to feel like, a second-class citizen, and new babies do not need their own room.
They don't.
I mean, as a mom who nursed 6 of them, well, most of the 6 of them, they're gonna be attached to you anyway. You don't need a new room. For the love of all that is, I mean, these
Yeah.
people are annoying.
Yeah.
And he just has a dead fish stare. The dad has a very lifeless stare.
And my bailiff's already made the notice to everyone about the emergency warning. We're supposed to get between 2 and 2:50, did you say?
I know, and none of us turned into zombies. I'm very upset.
I understand. There may be some phones that will hear the sounding, mine included, because I have to keep mine for messages from my judicial assistant. So I'm not going to require that you turn it off. So, but when they go off, don't anybody panic because it's just yeah.
A bunch of
All
kids.
right, so as soon as your witness is available, Ms. Coakley, you'll let me know, and Ms. Murad, Mr.
my
Wade,
kid's
folks are ready to
classroom
proceed as well.
got in
Yeah.
trouble
Okay.
because
Okay. All
they
right,
got
so
caught.
let's get the jury out here. We have the witness ready.
You're live, Baker.
Hello all.
Hey,
Hello.
it's like
How are we
the
doing?
back together. I love it.
I know, it's like
Yeah.
the gang's all here.
Yeah, it's been
Feel
too
like we
long
should have
since we talked. You had to
I
dip out
know.
on Saturday, so we haven't seen each other for 14 days.
No.
I know, it's like, when have we seen each other? I feel like we need sad music or something.
We just need
I need-
Sal to talk about women.
Yeah. We just need to close out late.
Yes.
Ready? You can go ahead and bring the jurors out.
I do like this judge. This judge keeps everything on track, and he really
again, but that's
That's it's
next witness.
Is it a Zoom
And no.
testimony?
No, but we're gonna publish some.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you can use that at your leisure,
Yeah,
whatever
so we
you
might
need.
need to like reconfigure.
That's fine. Yeah.
and he really thinks about everything that comes
All rise.
up to him. He really sits there and thinks about it.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. We are still obviously in the state's portion of the case. I'll be calling their next witness in just a moment. I don't know if my bailiff has let you know, but there's some emergency warning that's supposed to hit all phones between 2 and 250. If you have your phones on vibrate or off, if they're on vibrate, it may go off, so don't be alarmed if that happens. For those persons that are viewing these proceedings on Zoom, this proceeding immediately beginning in just a few moments will be covered by audio, and only a video portion of the attorneys and the gallery. The witness will not be shown on live camera per agreement of the parties in this proceeding. So with that, is the state ready to call its next witness? All right.
Yes. I can hear it in my head now.
The sad music Sal played during Garrett.
Of an angel. Yeah.
I never laughed so hard than when Sal was playing the sad music during Garrett's whatever he was doing.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin at your convenience.
Can you please tell the jury your name?
My name is
What's your middle name? Do you sometimes go by
yes,
among your friends and your family?
yes,
I'm going to turn
How
it
old are you?
down because
16,
What's your date of
he
birth?
sounds like a
2007 by the Vietnamese government.
Is that where you're originally from?
Yes,
Approximately how old were you when you came to the United States?
1.5 years old. I came here in February of 2009.
And how did you end up coming here?
I was adopted by Tracy and Tim Ferreter.
And you came, and then that's when you came for the first time into the United States?
Yes,
Now, today, what grade are you in?
10th,
What, in school, what kind of classes are your favorite right now?
math and science,
What kind of math classes are you taking?
AP calculus,
Okay, what about science?
AP chemistry for the final arts.
And so you have that big AP test at the end of the year?
Yes,
Do you know what we're here to talk about?
yes,
Is this something, how do you feel about having to come in here and talk about this?
apathetic.
Okay. Do you feel nervous at all?
Not
he
really.
just said
Is
apathetic.
this something you like to talk about?
No,
Do you feel relieved about talking about it?
as I said, I don't have any feelings about it.
So
What part of apathetic do you not get? This is something that I think, Baker, I think you can touch on this. She just asked him, do you have feelings? And he just said, no feelings. And she keeps asking him, feelings. And he's like, lady, I just answered you feelings. None.
Have you ever asked your husband, "Are you angry? But does this make you sad? How does this make you feel?" I'm okay. We can be everywhere on the scale from very sad to very happy, but yeah, it's okay. And
So
we don't
when we-
expand on it, even though you ask for 24 hours about. I sure not mad, but I'm mad.
When my
I
husband and I got married, our pastor made us read Men Are Like Waffles, Women Are Like Spaghetti, which is actually it's the dumbest title ever, but it's actually very smart when you think about it, because women, we attach everything in little lines of spaghetti, and men are in one box, and that box is not attached to anything. That box is one singular box, and they close that box, and then they open another one. And that box does not contain feelings that are connected to any other box. So Mr. Mo had to explain to me early in our marriage, no, I don't feel things about the box that I'm in. I'm just in the box. It's a problem. I work it out. I mean, if I have feelings, I'll tell you I have feelings. I'm not going to hide them. I'll tell you if I have a feeling. He's like, if I'm sitting down watching a movie, I'm not having a feeling. I'm watching a movie.
Yeah, and if we have feelings containing something to do within the box, we put that in another box, and we'll open that at some point when you probably aren't around, and deal with that. As I've said, my dad died in my arms while I tried to get him into the doctors, and of course I went into shock, and the only thing I really thought about was, oh crap. 4 years ago, I had to call everyone talking about my mom. Now I have to call everyone talking about my dad, because my dad couldn't call my sister and brothers and talk about my mom passing. So the only thing I was thinking about was, can someone give me a cigarette? And what happens? And then I went into total problem solver mode. And 3 months later, the day before New Year's, I broke down, cried for an hour, and then yeah, because the box you handle problems in isn't the box where you handle feelings. It's
That's
kind of like
kind of
there is
how,
a difference.
well, that's how I handle my feelings. I may be more Sal and you like. I go into problem solving mode. I'd rather not deal with feelings. So if I could put those in a box and put that box in a box and cement that box and then put that in the deepest ocean, Marianas Trench, I'd rather,
Yeah,
like, do we have to?
and
My
then
husband's like, you're yeah. And then,
it at some
like,
point it just shows up again, and you thought, oh, I forgot this box. I have to handle it now, and then you get on with life. But
yeah, so
that's a male thing. We don't connect feelings to problems like this. We don't. Of course, you are nervous, and of course, you don't think it's really funny to sit there. But you don't go into your emotional register and think, oh, maybe I should wear a yellow dress that signals my feelings. And oh, do I feel trepidation or nervousness? We don't. We have the three basic colors, and we have two feelings: happy or sad. We don't have all of these things women have.
that's
Yeah,
why
I'm
we
old
have
school.
Jamie here to explain if we have feelings because I'm like Baker. I'm like, ma'am, you already asked him and he said apathetic. He said he doesn't give a shoot.
He doesn't give a hoot.
Yeah, but
No, I haven't. But now that you've reminded me, Sal, it's a Friday.
Yeah, it's right. Yeah.
bow, chicka, bow, bow,
Yeah.
picka, picka, bow, chicka, bow, bow.
Sal, we should not be friends. Mr. Mo's going to kick my hind end.
So, you kind of told us that you came to the United States when you were adopted. I want to talk about who was in your family when you were younger. Okay. You said Tim and Tracy Ferreter were your parents?
Yes.
Did you have any siblings when you were younger?
Yes.
Tell us who your siblings were.
My siblings were
Where do you fall in the age range of your siblings?
second oldest.
Okay. Who's older than you? And then was next?
Yes.
And then Pierce is the youngest child?
Yes.
So how far apart are you and
Is 2 years older than me, is 1 year younger than me, and is 10 years younger than me.
okay, so how old were you when he was born?
11 or 12.
Okay. Does it sound when was he born? February?
He was born in February of yeah.
Yeah. Around the 2017-ish? Is that right? Or am I wrong?
Let me think.
What grade were you in?
I was in 5th grade.
Okay, you were in 5th grade, so you were in elementary school about the time that he was born.
Yes.
So 10, 11, around that age?
Yes.
Now, in school, were you close in grade to any of your siblings?
My sister was 2 grades above me.
Which
Fiona,
sister is that?
1 grade below me, and not applicable because he's not in school yet.
Now, I want to talk about what your family life was like when you lived in Florida. How many times did your family live in Florida?
Twice.
Twice. When was the first time?
When I was first adopted until we moved to Arizona.
Okay. How old were you approximately when you moved to Arizona?
I just finished 3rd grade.
Okay. So you're in Arizona. You were in Florida until the 3rd grade.
Yes.
And then in the 3rd grade is when you first were in Arizona.
Yes.
How long did you stay in Arizona for?
I stayed in Arizona for about 4 years
Okay.
until halfway through 8th grade.
So Arizona is 3rd grade through halfway through the 8th grade year.
Yes.
And so the first time you were in Florida, you were real young, like small elementary school age.
Repeat the question.
Is it fair to say that the first time you were in Florida, you were very young? It was young elementary school age.
Yes.
And then Arizona was elementary school and the very beginning of middle school
I was there until my middle year of 8th grade.
until the middle of 8th grade. And then you moved back to Florida.
Yes.
And so when you moved to Florida the second time, you're in the middle of 8th grade. How old were you? It was about 14 years old, seem right?
Yes.
Now, when you moved back to Florida, what time of year was that?
Somewhere in December
Okay. So somewhere in December of the middle of your 8th grade year,
when I moved to Florida.
when you moved to Florida the second time.
Yes.
And where in Florida, like which town did you move to?
I moved to Jupiter.
And is that where your family's house was in Jupiter?
Yes.
And so did your whole family move with you?
Yes.
And what school did you start at?
I started at Independence Middle School.
Is that a school in Jupiter?
It's a school in, it's a school in Jupiter.
Was it close to your house?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about kind of how your family was run with Tim and Tracy, the defendants. Who was the person in your family who was in charge of setting the rules?
Tim.
Okay. Who was the person in your family that was in charge of deciding kind of what kind of punishment you would get?
Tim.
And who was the one that kind of decided how you would be treated, the person in charge?
Tim.
Now, did Tracy also go along with and support what Tim did?
Yes.
Was it an option for you if you disagreed with a rule or if you wanted to discuss the way you were being treated? Was that something that you could have a discussion with the defendant, Tim?
No.
Now, talk to me about when you moved to Florida. What was the house like?
The house when I moved back to Florida in 2021.
Yes, December 2021.
Yes.
Yeah. How was the house like?
So the house had a 2-car garage. It had
That's
Three
that
bedrooms,
70s
one
type we
office,
made
and-
made. It's ugly.
2 bathrooms, and we also had 2 living rooms and a backyard.
Okay. Tell us who had the bedrooms? Who had what bedroom?
I had a bedroom. I had a bedroom and had the office as a room, and Tim and Tracy had a room together.
Okay. I want to talk to you for a second about something that's already been entered into evidence and see if you recognize or we can talk about some of these photographs, okay?
Okay.
Permission to approach, Your Honor, what's already been entered into evidence as states 3A through C.
Granted.
Okay, so I'm showing you this is already in evidence. The jury has already seen it. States 3A through C. Do you recognize what room we're looking at?
Yes.
Which room is that?
It is his room.
Okay. Now, in these pictures, there's like some mattresses on the floor in this room. Is that what it was like when you were living there?
No.
Were those mattresses on there?
No.
In the floor? Do you know where those mattresses were?
That mattress was in
Irish,
if it's
he may
an
be for the
inflatable mattress,
state.
it was in storage or in my room. If it was an actual mattress, it would come from my room.
Now, you mentioned that there was. Thank you. You mentioned that I had a room.
Yes.
Had a room. Your parents had a room, and had the office.
Yes.
Where did you sleep?
I slept in an 8x8 room in the garage.
Was that room built into the garage?
It was built inside the garage.
Inside the garage?
Yes.
Who built that? Or who had it built?
Timothy hired a contractor to build it in December of 2021.
Right. And how do you know that?
Because I was kept in their closet and I overheard the conversation of them having to build it.
Okay. Now, I'm going to.
Kept in their closet? Look, again, I have a big family. I know how hard it is to find houses that are are large enough to accommodate a big family. There are trade-offs. Look, we could have found a smaller house that was newer. We have a state-of-the-art 1974 house, but it's big enough to accommodate our family because, we chose to have everyone have a room of their own. Not, someone sleeps, like, outside in a pup tent, whoever is the kid we don't like that week. I'm sorry, this family is ridiculous.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
approach something that has
and-
been entered
and-
into
and
evidence
again,
already. It's
Why adopt kids if you're gonna end up having them to sleep in closets and attics and stuff like that? It's voluntary to adopt a kid. You're not forced to adopt a kid. I hate those kind of people. It's kind of like I want I want a baby because it's gonna save my marriage.
Or a baby will love me unconditionally. No, a baby will poop and pee and sleep and break things.
Why you get
I
dogs? They will love you unconditionally.
and they will poop and pee and bite you and break things.
They don't talk back.
What's Fry killing right now?
Well,
You
right
missed,
now
you.
he well,
you missed Fry
he
get
just
attacked by the cat earlier.
well, yeah, he was with my youngest daughter, but he got his butt kicked by Thor, so he he ran in yiping because Thor kicked his butt. You missed it.
But
Yeah.
I because I'm the age I am, I know a lot of late 30s something who all of a sudden realizes, oh, those kitty things could be kind of fun to have now that we're not clubbing every weekend, and someday we grow old. It might be nice to have someone to call, and they go to the turkey baster clinic just because men are such a-holes, and who need them anyway? And then they figure out it's kind of hard to have a kid. I had mine when I was 24 and 26, and both of them had colic, and having to walk around with kids for the youngest one, I started just walking up and down the living room floor at 7 in the evening, and if I was lucky, I got to bed around midnight, and she was crying the whole time. But going to another country just to be a good person and adopt a kid, no. And if you're gonna adopt, be sure you have the money to have a kid. I'm just
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is again,
You know,
you made a commitment. It's ridiculous. Again, as a person that has a large family, there are no excuses here. There are trade-offs having a large family. You don't get steak, you get ground beef, you have meatloaf, you don't get filet mignon. You know, there are trade-offs.
mhm.
But you make sure everyone gets what they need, and you might get great value, but this is just ridiculous. The
yeah, and
Asian Harry
again,
Potter.
and again, you can have there's a lot of money you don't have, and a lot of traveling you don't do when you're in your 20s when you get kids young. And I heard people
Yeah.
say, "Oh, you're gonna lose all of your 20s because you have kids young." Well, it's kind of nice now when I'm 46 years old. I can call my daughter and talk about her house, and I can call the other daughter talking about where she's going to go in her life. I'm just happy I don't have to change diapers right now because you gain something later in life. Oh, those Crocs are dead.
Yeah, the croc is dead. He's killed it. It's glittery, it's dead. I've given up the fight. He was up till 3 trying to join the slumber party. I have no desire to fight with him today.
Aw.
Yeah,
And he's,
duty kids.
he's not attacking the cats. So it's pick your battles Friday.
Oh, I miss Molly now.
Yeah.
Aw. Bringing up all
I
the
just keep
We
laughing
have to go
because,
into that box.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll take Fry off the screen.
No, no, no. Just let me suffer in silence and maybe shed a tear or two.
Okay.
I love those
Well,
when they're that age. They're kind of late in French.
yeah, he's definitely he will be starting puppy classes next week because he needs to learn no applies to him, because he gives me this look that like my youngest one does, like, who? Me? No, I'm the baby. You're confused. You
Yeah,
mean no applies to me?
I'm a sweetheart. I don't know what you're talking about, lady.
He's like, but I'm cute and look at these eye bulbs. I have the puppy eye bulbs. They're my secret weapon.
It states 9. Okay.
You may approach, and you can approach freely.
I'm showing you what's already been entered into evidence. It states 9. What does that show?
This shows the room.
So is
And
this a picture of the garage kind
Yeah.
of from the outside?
yes,
And then in there, can you see the back wall of the room?
yes,
Is that the room that you're talking about that you stayed in the defendant's home in Jupiter?
yes.
I want to talk about what it was like in that room. You said it was about 8 by 8.
Yes.
Did it have a concrete floor, or what was the floor like?
So the floor was concrete, but I used these little 16 by 16 inch mats of carpet to put down on the floor, so it wasn't so hard.
Okay, so it had a concrete floor, but on top there was a carpet laid on top of it.
Yes,
What kind of furniture did you have in that room?
I had a desk and a bed.
Did the bed have a bed frame, or what was it like?
The bed had no frame, had no box spring. It was just a mattress on the floor.
And mattress on the floor, what size of mattress was it?
Size of the mattress was a twin size.
Now, did the room have any windows or any outside light?
No, it only had an air conditioner.
Let's talk about that air conditioner for a second. Were you allowed to touch or operate the air conditioner?
No.
Were you allowed to turn it on if you were hot or turn it off if you were too cold?
No.
Would you get in trouble if you touched the air conditioner at all?
Yes.
And who did that direction come from?
Tim.
Did the room have any lights?
It had a light, but it was controlled outside the room.
Okay, so if you wanted to turn on the light, is that something that you could do when you were inside the room?
No.
Did you have any control over when the lights were on or when the lights were off? Who controlled that?
My parents, Tim or Tracy.
Okay. Were there times that you were in the room in the dark?
Yes.
Is that at night sometimes?
Yes, and also during the day.
Okay, so there were periods of time during the day where you would be there in the dark, in the room.
Yes.
What was it like in the room when the lights were off?
It was pitch black. You couldn't see anything.
Would you have to feel your way around to
Yes.
see what's going on? Now, did the room have a bathroom or access to the bathroom?
It had a bucket for my urine and feces, but that was basically it.
Okay. So if you were in the room and you were closed in there and you had to use the bathroom, what was your only option?
Use the bucket.
Now I want to talk about the time frame in Florida. While you were in there, were there times where you were locked in the room, unable to leave, and had to use the bathroom?
Yes.
And did you use the bucket in the corner of the room in order to relieve yourself?
Yes.
Now, in Florida, did you ever have to use that bucket for feces?
No.
But did you have to use it to urinate?
Yes.
What about previously? We'll talk about it a little bit more depth. When you were in Arizona, did you ever have to use the bucket for Arizona for feces?
Yes.
Did you have to use it for urine?
Yes.
because you had to urinate in the room on occasion. How was did the room smell at all?
Yes.
How did it smell?
Uh,
I mean, was
Horrendous.
it bad?
putrid. Yeah.
Now I want to talk about whether or not was there a camera in the room,
Yes.
and what was your understanding of what was happening with the camera?
So the camera was a Ring camera. It had two-way communication, but the communication from the person viewing the camera to the person that is being supervised by the camera was separated by the click of a button on the phone or any device you can to watch the video.
So the person outside the room watching on the Ring camera could talk to you inside the room.
Yes, by the click of a button.
So they would have to click on something in order to hear them, and they could also potentially hear what you would say.
Yes.
Were there times that the defendants in this case, Tim and Tracy Ferreter, were there times that they spoke to you only through the camera?
Yes.
No.
Now,
right.
we talked a little bit about the room, but tell me about the door. How was the room? Could you come and go from that room as you pleased?
No.
Tell me how it was.
So the door in Florida?
In Florida.
All right. The door in Florida of December of 2021.
To January of
January.
2022. Yes.
Yes. I had a normal lock on the handle and a deadbolt also.
Okay. Which side of the door was the normal lock on the handle?
The outside of the room.
Okay. And what about the deadbolt? What?
Also outside the room.
So when you were inside the room, were you able to open the door if it was locked?
No.
Okay. Did that happen? Were you locked inside of the room?
Yes.
Was that most of the time you were in the room, it was locked?
Yes.
Now, when you were in the room, did you always, were you always given access to water when you were locked inside the room?
I received water occasionally, but not at a regular basis.
Okay. So there are times when you're given a cup or a water bottle to have in the room.
Yes.
But there are also occasions when you're locked inside the room without anything to drink.
Yes.
And what about food? Did you ever eat any of your meals in the room?
I ate a majority of my meals in the room.
If you were in the room and you didn't have any food at that time and you were hungry, did you have the ability to get additional food?
No.
Is that something you were allowed to do, to go in the kitchen and get a snack or get additional food if you were hungry?
No.
If you did that, what would happen?
I would get.
Did you get punished?
Yes.
Ronan, did you like being in that room?
No.
Did you want to be in the room?
No.
How did it make you feel?
To me, being locked in a room, it's dehumanizing. It's almost as bad as genocide. It's saddening to abuse a child that was just acting like a child, never thinking of what an adult would think to do to a child that would succumb his or her efforts in daily life to succeed, suffering from emotional pain, suffering, trauma.
So were you, did you have a choice about whether or not to go in that room? Like, were you forced?
No, I don't believe Ring told them anything. Now Ring did acquiesce to the search warrant and give them all of the videos that they required. Now, the defense, I believe, is upset at some of the search warrant issues, how they got the Ring information, because I believe that they might have used an account in one of the children's names. The parents were kind of shady, but from what I've read, they did give all of the Ring video to the police, but the Ring did not report them.
So just for me too, some of the people, I haven't been following this case, like what has come out already? Like he did other than being locked in the room all day or whatever they're saying he was locked in it when he was at home. He went to school and everything, right?
Yes.
He lived a normal life besides that, right? Is that what I'm
Yeah. From what I'm understanding, I mean, other than being locked in at night and having to do chores as punishment, now it seems like they were more outdoor chores for him as a boy. And they did get the sister to admit that when she did things wrong, she was also had her electronics taken away. So it did seem like when questioned, there was some level of reciprocity, or they seem to follow at least the same pattern of, you know, if you do wrong, you do get certain things taken away. But then there's this extreme of this room. So hopefully they'll go into why.
okay? Because I was just
Yes.
By Tim and
anything came out yet, like because I mean, if he's going to school normally, was he actually being like physically abused to where like there is visible signs of that stuff?
So they're allowing evidence in from Arizona. They're not allowing, obviously, the jury to convict him on any of the acts that they claim happened in Arizona. So the alleged choking and things that happened in Arizona, they can't charge. So the charges here are false imprisonment, child abuse, and child neglect, I believe.
Okay.
So there are accusations that he was undernourished. The parents are saying that they were recommended by their doctor to cut all sugar from his diet. So they had to be very regulated in what they gave him.
Yeah, I've seen this, or I've seen the testimony already, people. So I'm kind of wait until you hear both sides. But yeah, like I was just curious about the other aspects too of everything because
Thus far,
if he went to school,
have
like that's why I'm just like wondering too, like if he was being physically abused and he went to school, you know what I mean? But I know how schools are now.
yeah.
You
Well,
know,
it's odd to me that he could go to school and he's like, yeah, well, a kid like this, if he really does want to be kind of a pain in the butt and cause issues, you'd think the first thing he would say is like, my parents locked me in a box at night.
I know, I would tell everybody. I'm sorry. I mean, but I don't.
You know, I have to pee in a bucket. My parents are, you know.
What the F is going on? Yeah, right.
I mean, because the first thing out of his mouth is like, how do you feel this compares to genocide? I mean, who says something like that?
That's
Other than someone who other than someone who wants to be a spicy boy on the internet.
Spicy boy.
An internet shit poster. Let's be honest, he wants to be part of 4chan or 5chan or 8chan or whatever. He wants to be a freaking, you know, ish poster.
and Tracy Farrader to go into the room.
Yes.
If you resisted or, you know, didn't follow their directions, what would happen?
I would be put in the room by physical force.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about, you know, so the period that we're really talking about here is about a 5 or 6 week period in December 2021 to January, the end of January 2022, right? So I want to talk about what the majority of your life was like in that room in Florida. And just so we're clear, when you moved from Arizona, was the room there and ready for you?
Yes.
So you never stayed anywhere else in the house?
No, the room was not ready for me in Arizona, but it was ready for me
in Florida. I'm so sorry. When you came from Florida, when you came from Arizona to Florida, the room had already been finished being specially constructed for you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about kind of what your typical school day was like during that time period. All right. Typically, just on average, what time of the day would you be woken up?
I'd be woken up around 6:30 to 7 o'clock.
And how would you be woken up? Like, how would it be wake up
Slap in
time?
the
Did you have an
face.
alarm clock? Would you
Uh,
naturally wake up? How would that happen?
Tim and Tracy would unlock my door.
Okay, so someone would come in.
Yes.
Would your lights have been off and you be in the dark
Yes.
before that? At that point, would you be given the opportunity to go to the bathroom?
Yes.
If you had to use the bucket at that point, sometime during the previous night, what would happen?
I would dump it into the bushes behind the house.
Now, you said that you would wake up sometime between 6. They would wake you up on
Excuse me?
average between 6 and 7 in the morning.
Yes.
You get to go.
So the box room did not have a restroom.
No, I
So-
get that part, but you live in a house filled with people.
Mhm.
Yes.
You have indoor plumbing still, right?
Yes. Not that my boys can hit the toilet, but we do have it. Yes.
Well, it's because we boys we can't determine the sizes of things, so we hit everywhere. But
You
If-
have Amers. I can't with you people.
Mhm.
yeah, and you know everything is at least 12 inches, but you are forcing the feral one to do his business in a bucket. And did you say he then had to go outside and throw it in the bushes? Why wouldn't he
Yeah,
just
you
go
would
to
think
the
he would just-
bathroom?
Bathroom. Because these people are not smart.
Yeah, because
because
that's
you would just
once one
flush
it
it
smells
down the
like jus, and two, it's a health risk.
Yeah. Well, he said he didn't have to defecate in the one in Florida. But again, why not just put it down the problem with Ronan or T testifying, and I think it's going to come out in cross, is that he's an unreliable narrator because he does, as Bradley Yon will tell the tallest of tales.
Does tell some tall tales.
Yeah, but
So it's
that's a problem for me because now I haven't seen this testimony. I'm listening to this kid. He's very articulate. And
Yes.
yes.
to me, it seems kind of like a rehearsed telling of the story. So he's been thinking about what I'm going to talk about today in court. But if I had to force either of my girls to stay in a room and do their business, I would say before you go to school, empty it into the toilet and clean the bucket so it's dry when you come home.
Yeah,
Uh,
you would think that,
Yeah.
especially if you had other kids in the house where they could, I don't know, run into this bucket or touch this bucket or just the smell of the bucket alone. I mean, if you have cats, you know that smell.
Yeah.
You don't want to be the cat smell house. I mean, it's
No,
just
and to me, that just seems like it might sound really, really good on the sand, but if you say he doth tell us the tales of the tallest equations, then to me it just seems like you're painting a little picture and you just put a little glitter on to
it
sell
does
it.
sound like the little glittery part. I mean, I don't want to, again, I think all of us can agree that crate training your child, not parenting, that's bad.
Mhm.
But this seems rehearsed. So
Yeah.
I don't know how this jury's going to go with this.
That's why.
Get to go to the bathroom. What would happen when you were done going to?
Oh, were you done or?
No.
No, yeah. I'm
I
just
can't wait.
yapping all the time because it's not me
Oh.
pushing the buttons. It's not me keeping the stream online, so I can just
Well, no, I can't wait for you
go with
to.
the flow, man.
I want to hear.
Baker's
your
like, this is my island in the sun. I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, it's not my channel getting
Going
the
to the
copyright
bathroom.
rights
I
this
would be
week.
put back in my room or doing household chores around the house.
When you were put back into the room, would you be locked in?
Yes.
And at this point, would you get dressed for school?
Yeah, I think the ring video evidence is going to be
Where were your clothes kept?
Outside the
the
room.
most telling.
We'll see.
And so when we say outside the room, like in the garage,
Yes.
would you get breakfast?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. So were there times, some of those days that they didn't give you breakfast?
Yes.
But were there also lots of days where they did in fact give you breakfast?
It wasn't a lot. It was probably 50-50.
When you would get breakfast, would that be out in the kitchen with the rest of the family, or where would it be?
It would be either outside or in my room.
Okay. And when you say outside, you mean outside the house?
Yes.
When it was in the room, what typically would you get for breakfast?
Peanut butter and bread and a fruit or something.
Okay, a fruit like something like a banana?
Yes.
And so when you say peanut butter and bread, do you mean just like peanut butter on 2 slices of bread?
Yes.
And those would be, it would be brought into your room
Yes.
and you would have it in the room?
Yes.
Would that be the breakfast
Not
almost
even
every day?
jelly.
Or would there be variation?
I love
I'll be the same
bread.
breakfast every single day.
Now, what would you
And Sal
while-
has a good point. Keep in mind that this is a child that went into, according to Sal and according to future testimony, went into
Wow.
a middle school, told one of the middle school teachers that he was there to audit her class, sat in the class and critiqued her while she was teaching.
And he
Uh-oh.
got her to believe him. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
And she,
across, guys, because I just want I want to hear everybody's like what they think, because I was by myself watching it and I was like, holy crap.
so so again, I don't know how I fall on this. I kind of fall on everyone's jerk, and I don't know how to feel about that.
I don't know how to feel either.
No, and
Because I don't want
me-
to.
to me, sitting here, and again, I'm just jumping in without anything because I watched a little bit, but you know how it is when you've been on this the whole day. You don't look for anything else. To me, he seems way too Bradley Yawnish. Like he really wants to say the right things to get people in trouble. And
But yeah, just wait.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
sorry.
That's why I'm
No,
trying
no,
to
I'm
get
while
through.
you're eating breakfast in the room,
Where is
would
Bunny
you
to
have
get
to
mad at
have
us
anything
for
to do in the room, or
stopping
what would be
every 10
happening while
seconds?
before you
Where
go to
is
school?
he? Bunny, where are you? I need him to
I had
appear
a-
now.
Sleeve of books, and textbooks, but
Sorry.
that's all I had.
Okay. Would there sometimes you do homework in the morning?
Yes.
What time approximately? So would you be in the room from the time you got let out at 6 and 7 in the morning until it was time to leave for school?
Yes.
What time approximately do you leave for school?
9 o'clock.
And then you get to school,
Yes.
and school's pretty close, right?
Yes.
And so you did in fact attend Independence Middle School while you were here in Jupiter, Florida.
Yes.
Now, at school, would you get lunch?
No, I brought lunch.
Who made that lunch?
Tracy.
And what would be in that lunch?
A plain peanut butter sandwich. Either some sort of chips and a fruit.
Would you be allowed to, if you wanted to buy extra snacks at school?
No.
Were you allowed to have any more snacks than what was given to you in your lunch?
No.
Were you allowed to buy a school lunch?
No.
Did you want snacks?
Yes.
Did the other kids at school have
Don't
snacks?
always want snacks. I mean,
Is that something that was kind of hard for you? That
My
mean-
kids would eat only snacks
my
if
sister's
if-
kid, yeah, that's all they do is snack all day, and she gets so irritated because she's like, no, you need to eat a meal. Like you can't just eat Cheetos all day long.
yeah, seriously, if my kids were given, it would be Takis and fruit snacks would
Yeah.
be their food pyramid with like chicken nuggets and ramen noodles thrown in.
Yeah.
that to see other kids getting snacks and not being able to have them?
Yes.
Now, what time approximately would school be over?
3 o'clock.
And what time would you get home from school?
Around 3:30.
And then when you would get home from school on most days, what would happen?
I'd be put back into my room.
Okay, and when you say put back into the room, are you locked in the room?
Yes.
And would you have been allowed to leave the room during that time?
We
Would you be allowed, or did I confuse you?
Yeah.
Yeah. did you have the choice if you wanted to say sit in the living room and watch TV after school? Is that something that you could do? Could you be in the house? In the main house?
No.
Now, so you get back around 3:30, and then how long do you stay in the room in the afternoon?
On most days, until 7 o'clock or dinner time
Would you eat dinner in the room or with the family?
in the room.
And are there some times on occasion that you would be allowed to eat dinner with the family?
Yes.
Most of the time, though, where were you eating dinner?
In my room.
And when you're eating dinner in the room, are you locked in the room?
Yes.
Are you, did they ever let you out before bed to go to the bathroom?
Yes.
Would that be kind of right before you went to bed?
Yes.
So they let him out to
Rephrase.
the bathroom.
When would you usually be let out to go to the bathroom? At the end of the day.
Like when Tim and Tracy go to bed, which is around 9-10 o'clock.
And after you're let out to go to the bathroom at night, did you get
Wait.
what happened next?
I was locked into my room.
Girls, stop.
And then throughout the night, are you locked in the room?
Yes.
Now, when the defendants would go to bed, what happened with the lights?
The lights were off or on.
Now, in the room, I want to talk about where there. We talked about what furniture you had. At some points during this time frame, did you have other things in the room?
Well, I had my small selection of toys and just books.
Okay, so books, toys.
Yes.
Toys. At some point, did some of those items get taken out of the room?
Yes.
And then you said that you had books and toys. Was there a point where you only had books?
Yes.
Did those books eventually, some of them get taken away?
Yes.
And how many books were you kind of left with?
Like 2 or 3 textbooks.
Were you allowed to have electronics in the room?
No.
Go ahead.
Rephrase that. The only electronic allowed in my room was my school computer.
Were you allowed to have it in with you at all times?
No.
Just when you were doing schoolwork?
I really don't like a
When
kid
you had
sitting
your
and
school
saying,
computer, were you allowed to?
rephrase that. Rephrase that.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know. The story's just like sometimes it's a little confusing because it's like, oh, I wasn't allowed to go to the bathroom, but they let me out to go to the bathroom.
yeah.
I don't know. It's just like it's kind of all over the place with like, well, what was the deal here? Like, were you
Yeah.
there all day long, or were they letting you out? Did you eat? Did you not eat? I don't really. I mean, obviously, I've seen what goes down, but I'm just still like hearing it again. It's like, whoa! I'm just catching little things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
I'm just
adding up for me.
seeing. I'm seeing Ghost Reader. The father is showing zero remorse. How do you know?
But yeah,
Should he
like,
be crying because he's a good defendant? A good defendant would be crying, or would you say, "Oh, see him fake crying"? Understand? Should he be very sad, very emotional, sitting listening to this? Because no, that would be overacting. Should he be angry to be a good defendant? Everything you do is wrong.
well, like
So-
Sal said earlier, you know, they tell him not to show the defendants not to show any really emotion. And then also, what if this story is made up and he's sitting here like not crying because none of this stuff happened? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Well,
that's why I hate the body language type thing, because when do you show the appropriate remorse?
Yeah.
Zachariah
The-
Anderson didn't
the
cry
only
through his
part-
court.
I would push back on that. Is the only part that kind of got me is when his daughter was tearing up, and
Yeah.
I would have a hard time with that because when my kids start crying, I do.
Mhm.
So, and the only part that I disagree with this father is the take the plea deal so your kids don't have to go on the stand. Now, again, if this turns out to be a bunch of bologna sandwich, then I withdraw that.
Of course.
But
But again, it's just Jamie and I were talking about because we were both hit really hard in the feels yesterday with
Oh,
our
I
case.
cried at a woman I don't even
Oh,
know.
yeah.
So I
Yeah,
cried completely. Where
and I didn't. I was sitting there totally stone faced because that's how I handle stuff like that. Then I go drink and yell at the TV.
Mhm.
So I didn't care. I got a message on YouTube about we saw it completely wrong because finally Anne Marie got some justice or something like that, or rest in peace Anne Marie or stuff.
Oh,
And I
God.
was about to yell via text because I might not look it, but I was really upset. So again, it's too much or too little. It's always wrong.
you can never. You guys are
But again,
right,
take
and
take the plea deal. Don't get to court with your kids. That's
Yeah.
stupid.
I agree, Mo. I agree.
but it's nice to have these differing opinions because I can see your side too. Because again, there's nothing you can do that's right. People are going to look at it and say, "Oh, well, you didn't cry, or you did cry, or look at the guy behind you who's crying. He must have empathy, and you don't." You know, whatever you do is going to be wrong.
I'm like Mo though.
Yeah.
Like if I see my family, like usually I'm pretty stoic, but then when I see like people crying, I cry. Or like especially my dad or my family. Oh my God. I'm
Oh
like,
yeah.
what are we even crying about? I don't even know what's happening. Like I can just
I
bawl.
know the take care of Maya trial when the uncle started, I was like, "Who's cutting onions in here?
Right.
Someone's grilling. It's smoky in here."
Yeah. Oops.
Oh, to play computer games on it at all ever?
No.
Is that something that a lot of middle school kids do?
Yes.
Is that something that kids would talk about doing at school?
Yes.
Did you want to play games on your computer?
Yes.
Now, we talked a little bit about the lights being off at night. Were there times where the lights were off during the day?
Yes.
And approximately when that would happen, how long would that go on for? Like, would it be for 5 minutes or would it be for longer than that?
We'll be around for a couple hours.
Now, I want to talk about other times in Florida. Were there times in Florida where you were in fact outside of the house?
Yes.
Or inside the house itself?
Yeah, there were times where I was inside the house.
There were some occasions where you were allowed to be in the living room.
Yes.
Is that what you mean? Or in the kitchen with the rest of the family?
Usually I was just in the living room doing chores, or in the kitchen also doing chores.
Now, was there time in Florida where you were outside of the house?
Yes.
What would you be doing outside of the house mostly?
Raking leaves, moving shelves. Yeah.
Now, when you were outside of the house, are you under the direct supervision of your parents, or are you kind of out there by yourself?
They had a camera to watch me, but it was another Ring camera. But
Was it?
otherwise, I was not supervised while I was outside.
So you'd be outside of the house by yourself for periods of time?
Yes.
Can I
Now,
interrupt just
were there
again?
a couple occasions where maybe you did get to play or interact with?
So I do have a question real quick. We'll get through this at some point. Broken or Twisted Bunny isn't here to yell at us. So I do have a question. Do you think the judge is going to just go for time served just to
Nope.
end this?
Nope. It's
I-
still voluntary manslaughter. My hope is 10 years, 3 years suspended.
Yeah.
Because that would add up to time served, but she will still get time, but not that. But I was waving because I really wanted to ask another question here. He knows
Oh, okay.
the second he's let out the room, he knows exactly what he's eating. Then he's asked, what are you doing when you get out the house? Reeking leaves. Did they watch you? He really had
He's
to think
breaking
about that
leaves
one.
in Florida. Florida doesn't have seasons.
No.
Yeah.
And,
That is
and,
weird.
and,
Well, if they have a Ring camera though, that's not watching him. I mean, I'm just saying, like, because I have cameras all over my house, but it's just for that. It isn't to like specifically watch. But it made
No,
it
but
sound to watch.
but listen to how he goes through his story. He really wants to tell, and when he's asked questions, he didn't prepare. It's again, to me, I haven't watched the trial. He could be the bestest kid, and he could be the biggest a-hole, the guy we're watching right now. I don't know, but just listening to him, he seems kind of very, very, very sure that he has to say this, this, and this to make it stick.
I know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this pause right here, this I have seen this look on my face before where you're just exhausted as a parent. And I am, look, box crate training your kid again as the bajillionth time, bad. But I
Yes.
have seen this look on my face when Griffin for the bajillionth time has done something not smart. And you're just like, why?
You did that
Why?
yesterday. It still hurts. Didn't you understand it yesterday?
Yeah. Why would you do the same thing I just told you not to do in front of me?
Yeah.
Like while looking at me. It's so
Yeah.
I've seen that look on my face before. So it could be again 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
Act with your siblings outside?
Yeah.
But for the most part, when you were outside, what were you having to do?
Also,
Yard
anyone
work
from
chores.
Florida, do you
And
rake leaves
could
in Florida?
you,
Do the leaves actually fall in Florida?
when you were doing
I
the
know.
yard work or the chores, if you got hot or you needed a drink of water, were you allowed to just go in the house and get those things?
No.
Were there times where the front door was locked and you couldn't get in?
Yes.
What would you have to do in that circumstance? Would you just have to wait outside or
yes,
something
I had to
else?
wait outside.
Okay, until they decide to let you in?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about in Florida, were there instances where the defendant in this case, Tim Ferreter, acted toward you in a way that was physically aggressive?
Repeat the question.
Was there ever any physical aggression toward you in Florida?
There was instances of grabbing and pushing, but otherwise, no.
Okay.
Physical contact such as punching, hitting, smacking.
Right. That none of that happened during the time frame in Florida.
No.
Were there times where he was verbally aggressive to you in Florida?
Yes.
What kind of things would he say to you?
It would say, "This is a piece of
You can spell it.
SHIT.
Thank you, AC's Wildflowers.
You better, yeah, you better pick it up." Yeah.
Would he call you names?
No.
Would he yell at you?
Yes.
And would he scream at you?
Yes.
Did it appear to you, based on how he was interacting with you, that he was angry at you?
Yes.
And is the same true for Tracy?
No.
Thank you,
Now-
Ghostry. I just didn't know. Not being a Florida person, I'm like, I
Because
assume
of
you
his
just
verbal
don't have
aggression,
seasons.
did
You
you
like
have a belief
have
as to
summer
whether or
and
not
hurricane.
he could, if
So,
you didn't listen to him,
That's
or
my
if
Midwest
that there was a risk,
assumption
or
of
that
Florida.
were you concerned that he would be physically aggressive to you?
I can safely assume that he could cause bodily harm to me.
Overall,
And is that based on some of your prior experiences in Arizona?
Yes.
overall.
Now, I want to talk about Arizona now. Okay. That's where you lived immediately prior to coming to Florida. We ended up talking about Florida, about times where you were outside and couldn't come in the house. Did that happen in Arizona as well?
Yes.
Were you locked outside?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I had to move rocks and stones and shrubs and cactus around.
Sounds like he was
around the
incarcerated in the
lawn,
60s.
but
Well, some of the stuff
I
he's
wasn't able to.
I know it sounds like he's in Shawshank.
But my mom, guys, okay. like when we were kids, like during the summer especially, she literally locked us out of the house for the day and made us go do chores outside and crap. Or if we came inside, if we wanted to be inside, we had to do chores inside. So it just is, I'm not trying to like
Yeah.
hate it at all, but
No,
I'm kind of thinking of like, wow, like she stuck us outside.
Jamie and I must have had the same mom because
I
it wasn't, she didn't lock us out, but we had a list of chores we had to do, like, weed the garden, make sure things are picked up. This is the yard work you have to do. This is the stuff that I expect to get done before I get home, and you knew there was going to be hell to pay if she came home and crap wasn't done. I mean, y'all knew the back of the envelope list, and if the back of the envelope list, because mom wasn't going to buy Post-it notes, but she had that back of the envelope.
She did write on the back of an envelope. That's so funny. And I got a peanut butter sandwich too. Like she gave
Yeah.
peanut butter sandwiches so as to get outside and do some. We had a list. And then just,
We
I don't know.
we had a wood fired furnace when I was a kid, and we lived with some. We had a little bit of trees, but we lived on a slope, so we had to. When my dad felled a tree and made the kindling for the winter, us kids had to shove there was wheelbarrows up the steep hill, and it got to be a competition to see how to dug out of it and how to load the other kids' wheelbarrow with more stuff than your own. And then it was just part of, yeah, you helped, but this just seems like he was in a chain gang in the 60s. I had to move rocks, and it's
Yeah. Well, that's
and
what
everything's
is like. I'm not trying to like that comment. Chores fine, solitary. Yes, I'm not saying that any of this is right, but like what they're trying to portray and what he's describing, I feel like it's just being amped up to sound a lot worse. Like that's why I'm saying like what I like that was my experience, but like I could make it sound way worse if I just like amped it up a little bit like that,
That's why I think we need the Ring camera, because honestly, I don't think we're going to get the truth from either side. I think the Ring camera is going to be the truth of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. It's always good when you have evidence that shows what happened.
Yeah,
Because
you should
it's
have
kind of
heard
like
the
a bar fight. We just had a girl arrested, an American girl arrested in Copenhagen last night because she stabbed a guy with a broken bottle.
not a
So
glassing.
yeah, she
Good
gave him a
Lord.
little Glasgow supply price there, but she's not going back right now. But again, that part of Copenhagen is heavily monitored because there are always people there and a lot of stuff going on. So you can see it because everyone who's in a fight drunk remembers everything is completely the different way about than what we're talking.
Yeah.
But
Of course it wasn't her
again,
fault.
no, she's a woman. It's a 16-year-old kid and a 22-year-old woman, and apparently he kind of hit on her, so she glassed him.
Yikes.
You can do
Holy
that.
what? Oh Lord.
We might bring it up tomorrow on Stab Your Day.
That's you probably we apologize. We didn't do it. I take
I
no
love that
responsibility
none
for
of you said, "What is a 16-year-old boy doing out drunk at night?"
Well, don't you
Oh,
guys
it's Denmark.
different cultural
yeah. Yeah, believe me, because my attitudes on that are very different now that I've been exposed to the different worlds views on things. So
I agree, Anne, because that's the problem is like, you get two sides to a story. It's like who sounds more credible. Video is not anybody. Video is neutral, so that's why it'll be nice.
Yeah, and as one who has watched many a fight on a potato cam, it can still be hard to tell, but you can clearly see who's the one walking up to guys like, and who's the one shouldering someone to get into a fight.
Mhm.
So it changes many a story.
Oh yeah.
Sal, no, for the love of God,
Well, go get to work.
Salbert.
We're
Never
we're
mind.
we're we're making a gift and go to buy him a woman. There's a kerfuffle going on in Ukraine. Some of them might need a new place to stay.
I
Would
donate pre
yeah.
pre pre-justice for Sal. That's all I've got to say. I'm making t-shirts.
Able to go inside to eat or get water.
Now, in Arizona initially, when you said I think we said that you moved there in early elementary school.
Yes.
You said, I think, around 3rd grade.
Yes.
Initially there, did you have a room inside the house?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me how the rooms were initially when you moved to Arizona.
So that you want to describe the room?
Yeah.
All right. The room had a desk, it had a dresser. It even once had a coffee table for me to play chess, and it had a bed with a mattress, box spring, bed frame. Yeah. And
Is that your room inside the house?
yes.
Okay. And during that time frame is born at that point.
No.
When at some point in Arizona, did they build a different room like structure for you in the garage?
Yes.
And the defendant's the one that had that built?
Yes.
When approximately did you end up having to go into the garage room?
About a week before it was born.
Okay. And you said that's about when you were in the 5th grade?
Yes.
Okay, so around 11 years old. And there, prior though, when you were in the room in the house, was that room, the room in the house, ever locked?
Yes.
Was it locked from the outside? So in the room, when you were in the room in the house, were there times when you couldn't leave or go into the room when you wanted in the house in Arizona?
Yes.
Did that room have access to a bathroom?
No.
Now, I want to talk about the room in the garage in Arizona. Was that room similar to the room that you lived in Jupiter, Florida?
Yes.
Tell me about that room.
So it had a bed frame, a box spring, and a mattress. It had a desk.
Did it have any windows?
No windows. Just there was a wall-mounted AC conditioner, and it also had a dresser, which was removed from the room at later stages.
Were you allowed to touch or utilize the air conditioner?
No.
In Arizona? Did it sometimes get hot?
Yes.
And did that room have a bathroom?
No.
Did it have the bucket that you already told us about?
Yes.
How did that room smell?
Bad.
In Arizona, you kind of gave us your average day here in Florida. Was it similar to the amount of time that you were in the room in Arizona?
Yes.
Were there times in Arizona that you were in the room for longer periods of time?
Yes.
About how long would you say is the longest?
About 18 hours.
And were there times where you didn't get meals in that room in Arizona?
Yes.
Would that happen for like the whole day, or would just a meal or two, or explain to us how it was?
Reset.
When you wouldn't get meals, how would that happen? What would that be like? Would it be every meal, or give us some context?
I had a fluctuating frequency. Sometimes I got all 3 meals, sometimes I only got 1, sometimes I only got 2. Yeah.
Now, were there times that the family went to events or out of the house and you were alone locked in the room?
Yes.
That happened in Florida too?
Yes.
Now, in Arizona, we talked about the fact that there was some physical aggression in Florida, but there wasn't physical punishment. In Arizona, was there physical aggression from Tim Ferritta towards you?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
One time I got smacked in the face.
Okay. Do you ever grab you by the neck or push you against the wall, anything like that?
Yeah, he did that.
Sustain, rephrase.
Tell me about some other instances besides being
Okay,
You're okay.
Baker. Baker, when recounting when you're smacked in the face, do you say it that flatly?
I was
Not being a dude, I guess, like, do you just kind of say like, "Hey, I was smacked in the face," I, I, and you started giggling, so
But here's the
I
thing,
just
like everybody says the dad's not showing any emotion, but like if we look at it like the kid's not showing any emotion either. I mean, I can understand
no.
it feels like he's just he has no emotion, but like nope.
He seems rather flippant about it.
He seems like just matter of fact of everything. Like it's just this that's why it's so hard to listen to it a little bit because it feels like such a
Yeah.
story. Because I don't know. I've never been in this situation. I've never been abused, so I don't know. But when I listen to people's stories, like it seems like there's something there.
Yeah.
But see, I don't know. I don't want to judge.
I don't know.
Well,
Yeah, maybe.
I wouldn't if it was because we were out drinking and I was talking to my friends and said, and then I walked across the dance floor, bumped into this guy, got smacked in the face. I might have said that sometimes in my life, but if my dad had beaten me, I think I would have a different tone. But again, it was just the way he said it. Yo, I got smacked in the face. I think one thing is being in a bar fight because that gives you a bit of hair on the chest. But if your parents does it, it's kind of a different thing in my opinion. But again, we're not allowed to beat our kids in Denmark. So again, different cultures.
No, I mean,
Again, and it could be us just looking for too many things. We
Yeah.
could
Of
we
course.
could be trying to, you know, we could be sitting here like, we're looking for,
Body
trying to
language
find stuff.
interpretations.
But since we can't
I
see him,
feel like-
we're
I'm trying to like really attach myself to his story because it is sad if this
yeah.
happened, but it's like I'm finding it really difficult. That's just where I'm coming from personally.
Well, as a parent, I'm automatically wanting to protect this child, and I don't see any justification for doing what they did to him. But also as a parent, on the other hand, I'm seeing a very difficult child to parent, and if I were in that situation, what would I do? And so it's leading me to think, okay, if Griffin were, you know, very smart and acting out in this way, where would I do? Now, I and I understand ghostery again, if you tend to be an abusive household, you can learn to not express, you know, emotions because that can really trip off the abusive person. So, again, we could be attributing a whole lot of things to just things because we're looking for stuff and we want to make sense of this, and we just right now we don't have all the pieces.
That's exactly what it is. It's like I try to look at these trials without the emotion and trying to make sense of the stories. And because again, I said this with Kara, this is somebody's life, regardless, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I want to make sure that everybody I just have to really weigh everything out and, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and Eris, I don't know that the priest is on the defendant's side or just in the courtroom.
Yeah, it might
So,
be that, make a quick exorcism if it's needed. You never know.
there's the dad is very they are as Jim Gaffigan would put it, they are Shiite Catholic. So they are very, very Catholic.
Right.
He even has a, wrist rosary on if you will. So,
Yeah.
yeah, they're fundy Catholic, if you will.
Getting smacked in the face.
He would grab me by the neck. He would grab my arm. He would
He could be.
yeah.
I
Was
don't
there
know.
ever instances of physical punishment in Arizona?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
So he had a Tim had a jump rope. He used me for punishment and also a belt.
Okay, and when you say a jump rope or a belt, what would he do with those?
Spank me with them.
Okay, hit you with them?
Yes.
Where in the house would you be when that happened?
In my room.
Okay, who else would be in there?
No one else.
So just you and the defendant.
Yes.
Would the defendant be saying anything to you? Would there be yelling or anything like that?
There'll be a lot of yelling. Yes.
And did it seem like he was angry at you during these?
Yes.
Now, during the course of your childhood, your time in the time we were talking about in Arizona and also in Florida, did you ever see any of your sisters get punished?
No.
Would they be punished or treated in the same way that you were for the same type of conduct?
No.
What was the difference?
They got their phones taken away for like a day or two.
And what would happen to you?
I would get locked in my room. Yeah.
Your Honor, if I can just have a second.
You may.
I got my butt beat with a belt many times. It's just like, what level?
Yeah, and again, everything sounds bad in court.
It does.
Uh,
You know?
did you get a slap?
Clarify going back
And
to
again,
Florida.
what
When
did you do to deserve
are
it?
In that structure that they built in the garage, are you physically able to leave or escape? Like without, just normally, are you able to escape?
Sustain, rephrase, counsel.
Were you able to open the door from the inside?
Overruled.
You can answer the question. That means.
I totally forgot the question.
Yeah, it's okay. Were you able to open the door from the inside when it was locked?
If I had a key, no, but I didn't know.
But did you have a key?
No.
Did you have any way to get out of the room once they locked you inside?
I devised a couple of plans, but I didn't.
Right. Were any of those plans at work?
A couple.
It was one time where I stuck a Lego piece in the pin for the door, but I kind of realized that wasn't deep enough.
So there wasn't a way immediately available. Was there a way immediately available for you to be able to leave that room? That's all the questions I have.
All right, Cross.
I didn't feel like that was
You're going to do the cross, Ms. Murad?
a lot,
All right, you may begin at your convenience.
to be honest.
Hi.
So we're gonna, I want to talk a little bit about what the state has said. I know you've been sitting there for a long time, so if you need a break, let me know, okay?
All right.
Okay. So do you think it's fair to say that you talked a lot about your time at Tim and Tracy's house on direct examination, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
and nope, that's okay. Since we're recording, you do have to answer out loud, okay?
Couples with
So
the
if I
same
ever say if that's a yes, that
beginning
just
letter
mean
in their name.
I want to get it on the record, all
Yeah.
right?
All right.
Okay.
Mhm.
Tim and Tracy.
Do you think it's fair to say that it's hard to think of the good memories because everyone around you now has a bad image of Tim and Tracy?
Overruled. You can answer.
We say that question again?
Sure. Do you think it's hard to think of good memories when everyone around you has a bad image of Tim and Tracy in their mind?
I can easily recall the good times, but but not. I don't have a bad image of Tim and Tracy. They just made a mistake. They were just acting out of frantic surprise of my actions. They weren't. I believe that they weren't trying to do any harm. I
Yeah.
believe that
Isn't this question
I
or his
believe that
answer-
people should
You're breaking up.
recognize that that was a mistake and forgive them and move on.
What did you say?
Move on.
Well, there's Mo. Listen
Hey.
to that answer. Does that answer like
Yeah.
freak everyone out? I mean, he's pretty. I mean, I heard that and I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, they did it okay because I was a bad kid.
Well, they said they just made a
To-
mistake, and I don't think they didn't mean any harm, and they weren't doing anything. Like, it's like he's backtracking everything he just said on
Yeah.
direct.
To be very fair on the other side and just a devil's advocate, if you are an abused child, you will protect the abused parent.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
So you'll say like, well, I was a bad kid and it was my fault. And, I did do a lot of bad things that made them angry. So
but I feel like you would have
just,
said that on direct. It's like, because it sounds more, because he kind of sounds more off guard in that answer.
no, he definitely didn't have time to think about this. And I'm
Yeah.
I'm just saying if I were to take the devil's advocate position,
Mhm.
I would just say, hey, someone's very upset that I woke him up from a nap to take him out to potty so he didn't pee inside. He's like, I hate everyone.
Yes, I agree.
So I can see how both sides could see it. And he is very articulate. But I think she caught him off guard with that question. So it was one of those things where I don't know that you could shade it like that because he didn't have time to put it through that filter of that. But it does become kind of natural to think like that if you are a child of abuse, to say, well, I was kind of acting kind of terrible and it really is my fault. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So who knows?
I know, it's so weird.
Like I said, I've got like 3
I
hours
wanna
of
talk
sleep.
A little
So
bit about the
I'm on
family schedules
Monster
that you all
and
had in your house.
um,
Okay,
other
so you
Monster.
have 3 brothers and sisters, right?
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Yes.
he's a little baby,
Yes.
and right now he's probably about 2 or 3 years old.
I think he's either 4 or 5.
Okay. I'm sorry. I probably have the dates wrong. So obviously, when he was a baby, Tracy took care of him a lot, right?
Yes.
And Tracy was the one who normally stayed home,
Yes.
and Tim worked a lot.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that Tim was, for the most part, Tim was the one that was working and Tracy was the one who was at home?
Yes.
And Tim also traveled abroad a lot for work.
Yes.
So you also have Ma, who is the sporty one. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So she has softball, right?
Yes.
I think she played soccer too.
She played soccer in Florida and before we moved to Arizona.
Oh, okay. But softball was her main thing.
Yes.
And she would have a lot of practices, right?
Yes.
You would go to some of those practices and would go to band.
Yes.
And she also, I think, did concert band, right?
Yes.
So there was marching band and concert band.
Yes.
And Tracy would be responsible for driving her around to this stuff as well.
Yes.
You had your activities. I know you tried track, right?
Yes.
I think in Florida you did chess for a little bit.
Yes.
So Tracy's kind of running around trying to keep everybody at their various activities. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. You did this with the state, but I want to establish a little bit of a clear timeline for the jury. So you were adopted in, I have the date in front of me, in 2009?
Yes.
Okay, great. So you're
Welcome, Mom.
adopted in 2009, and then your
Yes.
family lives in Florida when you're a baby.
And I'll go ahead and say it. They look like brother and sister.
They do, because I remember
I'll just
didn't ask anybody, but I saw her and I was like, is she the mom? Because she looks like his sister.
It was like they look like brother and sister. I'm sure that you know some couples and you're like, brother and sister? Perhaps? No? Cousins?
Oh.
Family reunion marriage? I mean, what's going on here?
Right?
On it, to be honest, we didn't. I don't know I don't know where I lived between in my younger years because I can't remember because I was a toddler.
Fair enough.
But
Will you take my word for it that for a couple years you
Sustained.
you remember living in Arizona after that, right?
no, I remember living in Florida. Then I moved to Arizona. Then I moved back to Florida. That's
Okay.
all. That's all I remember.
Okay. So you're in Arizona from about you're about 11 or 12 all the way up to December of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I think you were a little younger, but all the way up to December 2021, and then you moved to Florida, right?
Yeah.
And you ran away around end of January 2022? The most recent time.
Yes.
Okay. So the time frame we're talking about that you stayed in Florida most recently in Tim and Tracy's house was end of December 2021 to end of January 2022, right?
Sorry, I'm distracted. Say that again.
That's okay. When you all moved to Florida, the most recent time, it was about Christmas time, December 2021, all the way to end of January 2022 when you ran away,
Yes.
right? Okay. And when you moved, I assume there was no school because it was Christmas time.
Yes.
And your family was moving boxes, trying to get everything packed up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, you pretty much started school after the Christmas holiday.
Yes.
I want to talk about the different rooms that you had. We'll start with Arizona, okay?
All right.
So the first room you had, not the first room, but what the state was talking about was a room inside the house in Arizona that ultimately had a lock placed on it. Is
Yeah.
that right?
Yes.
And that room had a lock placed on it while Tracy was pregnant with Pierce.
Yes.
That room had a window.
Yes.
It had a desk.
Yes.
It had a dresser. It had a bed.
Yes.
And it had a closet.
Yes.
And you said it also had a coffee table for you to play chess,
Yeah.
which you're still really good at, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And that door was not always locked.
No.
There were times that you could move in and out for freely from that door.
Yes.
The next room is a week after she's born, about a week.
I think
I'm
it was
sorry,
a week
before.
Yeah.
Sorry, a week before Pierce is born. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that room was built in the garage.
Yes.
Now, you and the girls, by that I mean had previously, not this room, but used the garage to like watch movies and stuff, right?
Yes.
But this garage room was built specifically for you,
Yes.
and it had a bed.
Okay, so I think they're talking about before he was in the garage because the baby hadn't been born yet.
Well, I think they're trying to establish too that because he made it seem like he was in like another box room, you know, and I was like, well, you had a window, you had a desk, it was a room.
Yeah,
Right?
and I
Is
think
that what I'm getting
yeah,
at? That's what I
well, and I think that he had another room structure in Arizona, but it was in response to him. I believe if I'm hearing what Sal said correctly, he gave one of his younger brothers a beer as an experiment,
oh yeah.
and they decided they couldn't trust him to be unsupervised, so they moved him to a different room, and he lost room privileges. So
What was the closet thing? That's what I thought it wasn't because they said he lived in a closet, and I was like, but they said he had a room.
yeah, I'm look, can we get the lawyers to all follow Wild Bill and have a damn timeline?
I
Could we
need
do
that
that?
monster tip.
Could we
Yes.
have every lawyer have a timeline? Freaking heck.
Gosh. Okay.
Yes.
It had a desk
Yes.
and it had a dresser.
Yes.
And you think it was about an 8x10 or 8x9 room as well.
Yes.
It also had stuff on the walls, right?
Yes.
I think you had like a periodic table on it. Is that a yes?
Yes.
But then sometimes you would get angry and rip that stuff off the walls,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Tim and Tracy never took that stuff off the walls. And that room also was not always locked.
That room was always locked.
Okay. So it's your testimony that at no point could you sort of move freely in and out of that room in Arizona.
I cannot. That door was always locked.
Now I want to take you to the room in Florida, which was built in December of 2021. Okay.
All right.
That was an 8x8 room, right?
Yes.
That room also had a bed, a desk, a dresser, right?
No dresser.
No dresser, I'm sorry, just a bed and a desk, right?
Yes.
And then the clothes you said would actually be kept outside the room.
Yes.
And part of that was because you would sometimes hide electronics in there, right?
Yes.
And you have like ripped up your clothes before too?
I only done it once, and that was in Arizona, but I don't rip my clothes.
Okay.
But not on a regular basis.
All right. But sometimes when you get angry, or at least one time, you did rip up all your clothes.
Yeah.
And that bed, I know the state said you moved in December. In that Florida room, you were warm enough.
It's not that I was warm enough. It was that I was too warm and we had a fan. We put a fan in my room.
I see. So you had you had sheets and a bed, right? Or like sheets and a pillow
Yes.
and a blanket.
Yes.
And then you also had the air conditioning unit installed there.
Yes.
Ed Gein, big fan. Love your work, inspiring
You may.
Hannibal.
Yes, Ed Gein, big fan. I'm glad you get that. 'cause I
sorry.
thought-
I read the witness. I was wondering.
Gotta love when
I didn't see anybody moving toward me, so I assumed you meant witnessing.
Ronan, I'm going to hand you, this is a little bit of lawyer's talk, what I have marked as Defense Exhibit 15 for identification purposes only, okay? Do you see that photo right there?
Yes.
Is that a photo of you?
Yes.
And is that a photo of you in the room in Florida?
Yes.
And I think that's early on before you had some of the stuff removed from your room, right?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of, at least at one point, what that room looked like?
Yes.
At this time, defense moves to admit Defense Exhibit 15 into evidence, starting Walmart's identification.
Any objection? Court receives and accepts Defense Exhibit 15 in evidence without objection.
May I publish it to the jury?
You may.
and clothing line. Don't forget clothing. See my vest. We are terrible people and we're all going to purgatory. Look at that priest right behind him.
Right?
Going straight to purgatory as per usual. Oh well. I'll pay the priest an indulgence. We'll be okay.
So Ronan, in this photo,
Ms. Murad,
see that-
carry the mic when you're
Oh,
walking
sorry.
away.
I see that there's some posters on the wall there too, and I know when the police came, they weren't there. When you got upset, did you rip up those posters too?
Yes, ma'am.
Tim and Tracy didn't remove them?
Nope.
And sometimes, I know the state talked about how you weren't allowed to have electronics in your room. Those electronics were removed, right?
Yes.
And is that because of things that you did with electronics?
I didn't do all that. I did nothing wrong with yeah, I did go into bunch of schools things and do some not so legal stuff, and I would factory reset school laptops and tablets
Yeah, and so they would take
Jamie,
away your
what's your favorite
electronics. We
amendment?
got in trouble with the school for kind of
Fifth.
messing with their IT system, right?
One.
And I know the state also talked to you about how you were only allowed that school laptop, right?
Yes.
But only to do homework, not to do games.
Yes.
But you also jailbroke that laptop, right?
Yes.
I have to say,
The
I wish
first
I-
thing you said to this jury was
Okay.
that Tim and Tracy.
I know it's an unusual, but could we possibly get the defendant or the victim to come be my personal assistant to help me with certain technical things?
I know.
I'm just
Teach me your ways. Just kidding. I would never.
oh no, it was me.
And Tracy made a mistake based on trying to respond to your behavior, even if they didn't handle it correctly. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about that behavior, okay?
Okay.
So would you agree with me that sometimes when you get angry, you throw things,
Yes.
you kick things,
Yeah.
and you punch things?
No.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Approach.
Wait, you just factory reset your things and that's how you jailbreak it? I
Yeah.
thought you had to do all sorts of hackery reset stuff. Oh, well, now I'm not as impressed. I thought he had to do all sorts of like code things, like Bill Gatesy things.
Yeah, I thought he
Now
had
I'm not.
the school system or something. That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can do it remotely. That would be impressive if it's just going in there and factory setting it and deleting all the programs and all the stuff hidden on it. That's not. Ooh, get it together, kid.
I could do that right now with my iPad.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can factory reset stuff. I thought he was like doing all the DDoS or JavaScript, K-pop weird stuff that all the techno nerdy stuff that I can't do with the hashtags and the wingdings. I was
Well, someone said permission should not allow a factory set. So
oh
so he had to get around it somehow. Well, that's okay.
oh
Go.
well.
Yeah, and if I know schools right, the password was password.
Probably.
Yeah. What's in Spaceballs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How did the code get the code from my luggage?
God, Spaceballs is the greatest movie ever. We need a Spaceballs 2. Forget making Bambi live action. Spaceballs.
All right, so
2.
question's withdrawn. Objection is moot.
And when you were at Tim and Tracy's house, you would have outbursts, right?
Yes, but it would not cause physical harm to myself or others.
Okay, but it would include things like breaking glass.
I've never broken. No, well, I stepped on one of my picture frames because I was in a dark room, just feeling my way around. But yeah,
So are you saying you've never broken glass at their house before? Or that was the only time you broke glass?
yes,
Which one? That was the only time, or you've never broken glass?
I've the only time I've broken glass is when I stepped on the picture frame.
Okay, and you'd agree that when you were at their house, you would rip things and throw things?
Yes,
And I think in your words, you intentionally broke the rules you knew about at least 5 times a week?
usually more, but yes.
I want to start by talking about sort of before was born. Okay, so not your early young age, but from when you were about 10 years old. Okay.
Okay.
At that time, you were going to school, I think at Sunrise Elementary and Immaculate Heart. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, you were having those outbursts we talked about at home.
Yes.
And if something happened at school, like some conduct at school, obviously your teachers were talking to Tim and Tracy, right?
Yes.
So then Tim and Tracy would find out and then they would react.
Yes.
And that would include discipline sometimes,
Yes.
right? At Sunrise Elementary School, do you remember punching a student? I know you were young.
Sustained.
Do you
Well,
remember?
let me have you approach it, unless you want to withdraw the question, Ms. Moran.
I believe the time frame is right.
So
Judge?
approach.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, seems like we're going to get a lot of objections.
Yeah, they seem to not want a lot of this stuff in, but I don't know what like they're allowed to talk about.
Yeah, that might be something that I mean, I can understand. Again, it's a catch-22 because, prior bad acts, it's kind of like we've said a gajillion and 27,000 times, whatever this kid did doesn't justify putting him in a box. So,
And of course you shouldn't do that and all that. But again, is it because every time they up the punishment, he ups the
yeah, that's
unruly behavior?
And also we have to realize, does this rise to the level of, the charges?
yeah.
Because just thinking about this is like bad parenting. Does bad parenting rise to these charges? Because obviously this is bad parenting, but it doesn't rise to the level of like imprisonment, in going to prison. That's what we have to think about too. Because
Yeah.
get this slippery slope again, like the whole, like some of these cases where, all right, well, we're going to start charging these people for being a terrible parent. So then does it just become a thing where now we're charging everybody with terrible parenting decisions? That's why I want to like hear more, because does it rise to the level of charging somebody with a crime?
Yeah. I think that's why
I'm so picky. That's why I'm so picky about all this.
yeah.
All right, so the objection's overruled. You may, do you still remember the question, sir?
I punched a kid.
You want to read?
Yeah. When you were at Sunrise Elementary, you were about 9 years old. Do you remember punching another student?
Do you have a name for that student?
I don't.
And she couldn't use it even if she did.
No,
I don't recall punching a
because he's a
student.
minor.
That's okay. You did have some behavioral issues at Immaculate Heart too, right?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you remember kicking a ball at another student repeatedly?
Do you have a name for the student?
I don't.
I think I do. Yes.
Do you remember putting your finger and thumb and pushing up on a boy's throat and pushing him up against the wall at Immaculate Heart?
Yes.
And there was some instances of stealing at Immaculate Heart?
Yes.
So after Immaculate Heart, this is born in February of 2017, right?
Yes.
So for a little while in there, you're still at Immaculate Heart, right?
Yes.
And you ended up getting a technology breach at school, right?
Yes.
Can you explain what happened
A technology.
at Immaculate Heart?
Can approach.
I think the priest is sitting right next to his, I'm going to go ahead and call her his sister wife.
Oh yeah, it might be or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's a red
Look-
flag when they have the first starting letter in their name, Tim and Tracy. It's
They look like brother and sister. I'm sorry. They look like it. You can't not notice it. It just is
No.
what it is. I'm sorry.
That dent in their nose they have in both of them.
I know. It's like they went to the family reunion to get married. It's just it's terrible.
Yeah. Um, yeah, like that's why I wanted to know more about like if there was actually physical abuse, because a lot like I don't know. I just
None of this story is
just it's hard.
I'm trying to make this story make all the sense in all the worlds, but
Seems like
it's
she is unraveling a little bit. Not again, not condoning locking somebody in a box. And also, mind you, I didn't know anything about this, so like my mind frame going into this until I was watching it was like when the way they frame this stuff in the media too. I'm thinking this kid has been in an actual box.
Yeah,
Yeah.
me too.
And
I thought he was
like I
stuffed.
didn't know he like was actually like able to go to school or anything or have like a like anything going. I thought he was like they literally locked him in
yeah,
a box. So that's why I'm just like this is really like changing my mind about a
it
lot.
does. Yeah, it does. It does. It does call into question how the media frames these because it's when I looked at it, I was like, oh my gosh, okay, so he was in a box and they had no air conditioning. You had to use the
Yeah,
restroom in the box, and I was thinking, okay, definitely, you know,
like this is not
he need. Why are we even having a trial? I mean, that's kind of how I feel about like
All right, so the objection is overruled in
kid
part and
trials.
sustained in part, and you may proceed in accordance with the court's ruling. Ms. Moran.
Thank you. So when your parents found out about that technology breach that you had at Immaculate Heart, how did they respond?
Um,
Hold on a second.
honestly, I forgot.
That's okay.
Ms.
Is
Moran,
it fair
can you
to
hold on a sec, because I need
Sure.
to focus on you and him, so
That's
I
okay.
can't do it.
what?
All right, you may continue, Ms. Moran.
I do believe that they will have so it really will come down, I think, to a battle of the experts too, because the defense will have experts, an expert claiming that, you know, he had advanced psychological issues that stemmed from his early childhood upbringing in the orphanage and that these parents were desperately looking for help, that they were getting the runaround from therapists and stuff that were just throwing pills at this child instead of giving them options for better options like different you know therapies or outpatient programs or things like that. So that's the defense story. The state story is gonna be, you lock the kid up and I mean, you know, you did the exact opposite thing that you would do for, active or reactive attachment disorder. So, I think it's gonna come down to the Ring camera and battle of the experts, but I'm just a redhead who talks at a camera and microphone, so
Exactly.
that's my guess. But like hell, he forgot how his parents reacted when he had a data breach. This boy remembers, like, I had 1 peanut butter sandwich with half a crust of bread and,
Yeah.
you know, 1/3 a banana with, you know, a mold on the side.
That's what I pick up on. So it's like that's why it's like you got to listen because the stuff that he remembers versus the stuff he doesn't, he says, I don't remember is very,
And I get it. I really do get it. But I can tell you that the youngest, most feral can remember that he has lost his pad for a week and then now 2 days for incidences and why we are so mean.
Yes.
So
Kids are hilarious sometimes.
so
Oh,
And so
I
because of
found
that
you
technology
something, Mo.
breach, you were restricted from technology at home too,
I
right?
know.
Yes.
So you weren't allowed to
I
have
am
like
afeared.
iPads and stuff in your room. So that stuff had to be removed.
Yes.
I want to talk about something else that happened at Immaculate Heart that your parents did find out about. Do you remember going into your sister's class?
Yes.
Okay. So on that day, I think tell me if I'm wrong, you were mad at,
Yes.
and you had pretended that a teacher told you that it was okay to, you went into his classroom, right?
Yes.
And her teacher was Miss McCoy, if you remember.
Yes.
And you told Miss McCoy that you were allowed to make an announcement, right?
Yes.
And the announcement that you made was really derogatory towards your sister,
Yes.
and it made your sister cry. And your parents found out about that.
Yep.
So your parents then, Tracy came with and Tim came with you, right?
Yes.
And they both came to the school,
Yes.
and you both spoke with the teacher separately, you with Tim and with Tracy.
Yes.
I think you brought a box cutter to school.
Yes, that was at Basis Charter Schools.
Oh, that was at Basis. How did your parents respond to that?
They locked me in my room.
But a box cutter is a dangerous thing, right?
It was more like a it's a dangerous thing.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
7-day
Yeah,
automatic
the-
sentence in
The
Denmark.
TSA will will attack your behind if you show up to anywhere with a box cutter. I mean, box cutters are not like
Oh, they're not
play-
okay.
no, it's
Talk a little bit about Basis Academy
Basis Academy sounds like a
and how your
bad
parents
boy
responded to
academy.
some of the stuff there, okay?
All right.
At
Oh, dear
Basis, you also
God.
attempted to hack into the school computers.
What in the end times is
I did,
this,
yes.
Baker?
And because of that, you had to get your technology removed again.
Yes.
You
You
want
also
them.
said something in class that was inappropriate.
No, that's a
Yes.
sign of
And
the
it
end
was
times.
asking.
When I
if the
become a
whole
YouTube
class was
millionaire,
the same.
you're gonna get them.
So after that
I
inappropriate
will
thing, your
greatly
parents
await
did find out
that.
about it, right?
Yes.
And they were mad.
Sarah
Yes.
Boone is
That's
right
what
around the
we
corner.
should say, right?
Yes.
I keep waiting for my Sarah Boone check.
At Basis Academy, you also
I have
stole
I
chemistry
have bids on
books.
eBay waiting for my Sarah Boone
Yeah.
check. I'm like, Sarah Boone, where is my money?
You stole a student's tablet.
No.
Did you steal a computer and a tablet? Maybe it didn't belong
Oh
to
yeah,
you.
yeah, I did.
Okay. And did that belong
Yeah,
to
I
another
did, yeah.
student?
Yes.
Were your parents mad when that happened too?
Yes.
And did you get disciplined for that?
Yes.
So it looks like a couple times you're kind of doing things and you're just, regardless of what they're doing, you're not stopping. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You did a search on that computer that you jailbroke at Basis.
I jailbroke a what's it called again? A tablet, but not a computer.
Okay, so you jailbroke the tablet, right?
Yeah.
And then you did a search on there.
Yeah.
And that search was concerning to your mom and dad.
Yeah.
I won't talk about what the search is, but is it fair to say that it was something that it was understandably concerning to them because it sounded a little violent?
Yeah.
Do you remember playing with this when you were in Arizona and him getting facial injuries?
Well, yeah.
And did your parents tell you to stop and not go so fast?
Good morning,
But you still did it?
Shenanigans.
And that hurt. Did you remember him getting a lot of injuries on his face? It's okay. It's like just wait a second.
Guys,
I know, and none of us turned into zombies. I'm very upset about this.
Mhm.
I find this a letdown. Or
All right, I
and
think the
aliens
emergency alert
didn't
is over. You
come.
may
The
continue,
purge
Ms.
didn't
Morrow.
happen.
What?
I mean,
Not so quick.
It
Not
sounds
an
like the
emergency.
purge being ready.
oh, I know. The funniest thing that happened is my kids were all like, Griffin was like, someone snuck a phone into class and they got caughted because it all went off. And they was crying because we thought it was a tornado.
Tornado, no. Cute.
But it was not a tornado, and we were all upset. And I was like, yeah, believe me, I was hoping for zombies. He's like, there were
you-
zombies too? I was like,
Do your kids ever look at you and think, why is she so weird?
no,
Because
no, my
with all the Robler stuff and that, and we think they're kind of funny, your kids, but I think sometimes they must look at you and think, we have the weird
oh,
mom in the school.
no. Well, okay,
She
no,
says,
my
well,
middle daughter doesn't my middle daughter's like, could you just not exist when my friends are over?
Yeah,
My
that's
my
part
middle
of the
daughter's
plan.
like, well, yeah, because her little not boyfriend came over and to meet me, and he's like, I don't know what to do. And I said, well, what you do is you park your car, you knock on the door, and then you introduce yourself and shake your hands. What you do not do is you do not honk the horn and expect a girl to go out and meet you. That's what you don't do. And she's like, Mom, you are so embarrassing. I was like, I am trying to keep him from getting shot or getting yelled at by a mama bear.
Yeah,
And teaching him how to be a gentleman
be a
because he was confused.
be
And
a
she's like, "You are so embarrassing and you embarrass me." And I was like, "Well, then my life job is done. I'm nearly 40. I don't care."
I used to sing Taylor Swift along with Taylor Swift songs when I drove my daughter and her friends, and my daughter hated it, and she said, "The worst part, all my friends think you're so cool." So yeah, that's life as a parent.
Yeah, so my oldest is like me. She would rather just stay in her room where the people aren't. My middle is a people person, so it's like, who are you and where did you get switched and in the whole my third daughter, she might be the type that might glass a person, so we have a bail fund.
glass.
set up. Listen, she knows who she is and she won't let anyone get fresh. So but but we have different worries for different children.
I love the levels.
All right, I think it's safe now, Ms. Murad, to continue.
One day he's going to call her Miss Moron. I just know he is. By the end
I thought that's what he said.
by the end of the trial, he's going to call her that, and I'm just going
You
to
may.
laugh my ever living head off.
That's not annoying at all.
Go ahead.
May I approach the
Yeah,
witness?
yeah.
I'm showing the
Yeah, I'd
witness-
already said yes. You must not have heard me.
I'm showing you what I have marked as Defense Exhibit 16 for identification purposes only. That photos.
Come on, guy. It's easy to.
Is that what face looked like after he fell off that bike?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what his face looked like after he fell off the bike? Your Honor, at this time, the defense would seek to move into evidence Defense Exhibit 16, striking all marks by them.
Any objection? Court receives and accepts Defense Exhibit 16 in evidence without objection.
So it looks like he was a baby when this happened, right? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And he did really get hurt on his face?
Yes.
And this, is it fair to say this really concerned your parents? Is it fair to say anytime a baby gets hurt on their face, it's concerning?
Sustained as to that question, you can rephrase it in a way that's proper, Ms. Marone.
How did your parents respond when this happened to you? Were they mad at you?
Yeah.
And they did ask you not to push him so hard, right?
Yeah.
But you did it anyway?
Yeah.
While you were in Arizona, do you remember your friend
Yes.
and you went to his house, right?
Yes.
And you pretended to tutor her, or were you actually tutoring her?
I actually tutored her.
Yeah. And you stole her dad's credit card,
I stole I just memorized the numbers. That's it.
and then you used his
That's
credit
the
card.
same thing.
Yeah.
And when your dad
Yeah.
found out about that, he did sort of like grab you and get mad at you because of what you did, right?
Yeah.
Want to talk a little
Yeah.
bit about Florida? You were only there for 6 weeks.
Yes.
Do you remember offering to beer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chippies.
And was that
Okay.
so you could conduct an experiment?
Yes.
How old was it at the time?
It was
Don't say that with a smile
4.
on your.
4.
Yeah.
It's fair to say a 4-year-old should not be drinking beer that could hurt them.
Yeah, don't say that with a smile
Uh,
in your voice.
That was the point of the experiment.
I know, but
Chippity.
that could hurt a 4-year-old, right?
So
And that's something that
he
your parents
let a
found out about
4-year-old
too,
drink
and they got
beer
mad at you.
Gave it to
just
him.
as an experiment. I'm
Because
sorry,
he
I
knew
know,
it could hurt him.
and I know all of this is really, it's again, I only heard parts of the story. I only heard this kid's testimony. I didn't hear anything about how he was locked in the box, and didn't see the ring video. And I'm an a-hole and everything. He sounds like he needed a very, very, very strong pimp hand to the face, just as a correction to his attitude. Stealing, destroying stuff, going into a room, disparaging his sister by making an announcement in front of class, giving a 4-year-old beer.
Pushing the baby so hard that he like gave him facial injuries. I mean,
Yeah,
It's hard to listen to because it's like
and
exactly.
he's doing it with a smile in his voice. You can tell,
exactly.
like,
And I don't know. The box is not a box; it's a room.
They had an air
Just so I'm
conditioner.
clear.
He had a bed and he had a dresser. I understand the concept. I get that
It's like Harry Potter,
concept.
except it's not under the stairs.
It's not a great parenting tactic. I get it.
this child needed to be in a. They had
He
run
needed
out
to
of
be in a box.
consequence.
He needed
They had run out of consequences to give him. He needed to be in a place where he had
I think
had
they lost
consequences.
like structure for him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
yeah. He
it-
needed military school or something. He needed someone
Yeah.
who could give him a slap upside the head and say, "Go run." And I don't care. Run.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
This.
yeah.
I think it's just more eye opening because of what we like I said, I haven't seen anything really of this trial other than this part. And the way the media portrayed it, I was thinking we were walking into a trial where a poor defenseless little boy was just stuck in a box. Like I'm thinking
Yeah.
about guys, like that's
Yeah.
awful. And I'm like, oh, this is awful. What the like
It's
and it's just more is opening up more and more. And again, it was a room. They keep calling it a box, and I'm thinking a box, but this was a room built out with air conditioning and a bed and stuff. It's
Okay.
not like it's okay, but I'm just saying like it's not as what they were portraying it to be.
No.
in my house. We have this kind of axiom: good girls get good, or good kids get good things. Bad kids get bad things. So, you make your choices. Like, obviously, if you're doing wrong with your pads
Mhm.
or your iPad and stuff, you don't get it. If have had bad reports, you don't get to do the fun things we have planned on the weekends. There's consequences. It's
Yeah, like
I'm having a hard time squaring this because my knee jerk is I'm torn very many different ways, and I feel like if I say
I know.
there has to be consequences to what he's doing, and I think that they had run out of the ability to give him consequences, and they should have looked elsewhere
Mhm.
because they obviously had lost control, and
They
I
did.
think had they just said, "Look," it's kinda like when I made my Mofessional, and I had to admit to Mr. Mo this morning that I hadn't been taking my medicine because I was trying to do everything myself. And I had to tell him, "Look, I can't do everything myself. I have to go back on my medicine," that. These parents should have just admitted that they needed outside help and done that, and sent him to military school or whatever, Outward Bound or, Survivor Island, Snake Island, whatever thing that, you know, they could have done because obviously it seems like they had enough money to, move to Florida. I guess Jupiter area is fairly affluent from uh what I've heard thus far or from what people have said. Then you know, I'm a little flabbergasted that it's the smile in his voice that gets me.
Yeah, that's it. It's a little cringy.
Yeah, back to not showing enough remorse from the father. This kid is laughing that he experimented with a kid and fed him beer to a 4-year-old. It's yeah. To me, it's
Yeah,
just
it's really hard to yeah. So let's continue because I'm sure there's going to be more.
yeah.
When you were at school in Florida, what school did you go to in Florida?
After I came back from Arizona,
Yes.
I went to Independence Middle School.
So when you were at Independence Middle School, you had an incident where you, pretended to be, you went into a classroom of a teacher, right?
Yeah.
A teacher that you don't know?
Yeah.
And that you pretended to be a member of the school board?
Yeah.
And you convinced that teacher that you were in fact a member of the school board?
Yeah.
And you told her that you were grading her that day?
I wouldn't say grading, but critiquing her.
Or evaluating her, right?
Evaluating, yeah.
And that's something, I mean, it looks like you're pretty good at kind of pretending sometimes and telling stories.
Sustain, rephrase.
Is that would you characterize yourself as someone who likes to pretend sometimes?
Yes.
And tell stories?
Yes.
And those stories can be really detailed.
Yes.
You like to add details to those stories?
Yes.
Do you think sometimes you have an impulse to tell stories and kind of make something up for people to believe?
Yes.
Overruled.
That's a yes?
You can answer. I think you did answer.
Yeah,
yes.
he did. Do you also have a method of picking sort of which adult is going to be easiest to influence for you?
All right, you need to approach on that.
And that got me a little bit too, like,
Yeah.
yeah, I love telling stories with details and getting people to believe things.
Yeah.
It's just, it's so hard. Cause yeah, it's like,
Yeah, because you're either dealing with a kid who was punished in a very weird way, or you're
All
dealing
right, the
with a
objection
kid
sustained. You may continue, Ms. Moran.
who put his parents in a courtroom by telling the tales of the tallest of kinds. And that's my problem.
yeah.
And Vogue Wesley, he is from Vietnam.
Yes.
But saying Vietnam, I'm gonna leave now. I'm an idiot.
All right, Ronan,
I'm
I
gonna
want to
make
talk a
myself
little
some
bit
dinner.
about
See you
Okay.
later.
some of the, I'm
Have
not
a
going to get
good
into the
evening,
specifics,
get
but
some
you
rest,
remember that your parents
stab
did
your
take you
day,
to doctors,
take some
right?
mind rest, get a
Therapists,
walk
Yeah,
in.
doctors.
a couple of doctors.
Oh,
yes.
I'll just
Yeah,
be on
so
with
you
Nick
went to
later,
a few
maybe.
different people, right?
Okay, well,
Probably
that
on a
too.
weekly basis.
Yeah.
No.
See you all. Thank you for having me
you.
on.
Remember getting a
Bye.
deposition in this
Bye.
case?
And it's
I was like in a
weird
room.
to
I was
leave when it's
there.
not
Ms.
you
Coakley was
doing the
there.
stream.
I know it's weird.
At SP.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And in that deposition, you said it's not one of my top priorities in reference to seeing doctors in Arizona. It's not one of my top page 126, the deposition.
Yikes. And I thought Fry
What's
vomiting
the
yesterday was
legal
bad.
basis of the objection, Ms. Coakley?
Yeah,
And-
gee.
And then the cat's knocking over an entire bottle of hot sauce. Yesterday evening, everyone was testing the Jesus in me. Between Griffin hiding a giant bag of M&Ms, and then Fry getting a mouthful, and then Fry throwing up, and then the cats knocking over hot sauce, and I was just trying to get the Delphi video out, and I tell the boys, I'm like, I'm just trying to get this video out. And I would legitimately be 3 minutes into the video and someone would come in, Mom, could you do something? And finally, like on the 15th take, I paused it and I was like, I'm just trying to do a 10-minute video, or like, well, it turned out to be 18 minutes, but I was like, if you would just, I'm locking the damned door. I'm taking this time. And then I turn around and there's just Fry vomit everywhere. And I'm like, I give up. I give up.
I'm done.
And then it was just, then everyone's calling me, do you know what we're supposed to do for the sleepover and everything? And I'm like, it's like, I give up, people. Hey, Old Line Red.
The old line.
All right. So,
So I need
Oh,
to address the
Shenanigan,
objection.
did
Are
I
you
miss your
making it-
question? I'm so sorry.
You're fine. Okay. All right. You may proceed, Ms. Moran.
okay. So in that deposition, you said it's not one of my top priorities to think about people that I meet like once a week. And that was in reference to seeing doctors in Arizona. Is that what you were asking? Is that what you
Oh.
said?
Well, that makes sense. Oh,
You
yikes.
can sustain
I
it
can
that you can show
understand
him
that.
the question and the answer, and then ask him if that was his answer to the question.
So I want you to read page 126. It does require a little context.
Well, he was seeing doctors, so they did get him into doctors. I mean,
Yeah.
I could never.
mean-
This is rough. It's hard to.
Okay, but that is what you said in that deposition, right?
Yeah, but
So does your answer yes stand? If it does,
I'm probably going until 2:00 because that's when I pick up the other kiddos. That's the only bad thing about the new school is I am now the transportation person. No more buses. It's just not fair.
does need to proceed with the next question. This is impeachment. He's only supposed to read the question and the answer and just state what I'm just saying so he understands. So, sir, the question is simply, you've been presented with the question that was asked on deposition and you've been presented with your answer. The only question you need to answer at this point is whether that was your answer at the time of the deposition. So what? Now, let me get the answer to this question. Was that your answer at the time of the deposition, sir?
yes.
All right, so you can approach now.
that's Anne saying Anne's question or Anne's comment. That's kind of how I'm kind of feeling.
Well, he does seem to be able to target he does seem to target people who he knows will accept his lies.
That's
And
what it-
again, as a non-psychologist,
All right, you may continue, Ms. Moran.
this is
Thanks, Josh.
concerning.
All right. Now, we went through a lot of different things that happened in your, like with your behavior at school and at home, right?
Yep.
And your parents would always respond to that. Is that a yes?
Yes.
But you still didn't stop, right?
Yes.
So with the computers, you kept hacking into school computers, right?
Yes.
Sometimes you would continue to have outbursts, right?
Yes.
You would still rip down the stuff in your wall, right?
Yes.
You said in Arizona that you were spanked by Tim,
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
And you were never hit randomly, correct? It was always for a
Yes.
reason.
Yes.
Okay. So it was never just sort of him doing it to do it. It was always in response to sort of something that you did.
Yes.
And that didn't cause you any sort of permanent damage, disfigurement, anything like that. It was swelling that went away.
Yes.
I want to talk about the state mentioned the stuff about snacks. I want to talk about kind of what your life was like in Florida as far as that's concerned. So you got 3 meals a day, right?
Occasionally, yes.
In Florida?
Yes. Occasionally.
So it's your testimony that in Florida you didn't get breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
I occasionally got meals.
Okay. So we're going to go back to that deposition again, okay? So let me go grab it from my colleague.
See, this is why I'm talking about like this meal thing. He keeps fighting.
Y-
But it's like,
Yeah.
were you eating it? Were you refusing to not eat it? Or were they offering it to you and you were just like being defiant? I mean, there's a big difference, sir.
To be fair, if someone just gave me peanut butter sandwich with no jelly
Your mom passed
or
you
no
lunch
or
every
no
day?
Ms.
marshmallow
Moran, when
fluff,
you reach a good stopping off point, I want to take a 10-minute break for the jury
You can take a break right now.
because we've been going about an hour and a half, so I want to give them a 10-minute break.
You can take
I
a
feel like
All right,
it's
so
not
let's do that now. And you just told your
Butternutter
question. You can pick
sandwich?
back up with it when we come back. All right, so court is going
I
to
would
take a
refuse.
recess. Now it's about 2:31. We'll break until 2:45.
And in big news, apparently we are out of honey mustard and NOLA is not.
Ms. Coakley, can we get the witness back in here?
Okay, can I explain to you the amount of condiments this family goes through? I have to pick up Wahlberg sauce like on bi-weekly.
That stuff is delicious.
It's $4 a freaking bottle.
I bought it one time and I was like, I don't know if I can fancy Wahlberg sauce, but I have to figure out what it is because it's delicious.
Well, and I don't mind buying it, but I'm like, the hell are you guys using it for? Like shampoo? What the
They
hell?
put it on everything.
Yeah, and then Nola's like, "Do we have honey mustard?" And I was like, "I don't use it. We had it." Well, it's not there anymore. No, I was like, "I can get some later. I'm very sorry that we don't have your condiment, but you guys also use it like water. What the heck are you guys using it on?
Just
Apparently everything."
Lots of it.
That's what I can only assume. We go through so much ketchup and condiments. It's like well, I mean, I know I need to buy a new hot sauce. The cats are. I have banned everyone from leaving glasses out now. No one listens to me, but it's just like.
Ms. Coakley, do you have other witnesses scheduled for this afternoon? All right, everyone ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may go ahead and have the jurors brought back in. All rise. Jury entering. right, everyone may be seated. Ms. Murad, you may continue with your cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I think, okay, I asked you earlier and you said that you did not get 3 meals a day in Florida, right?
I occasionally got it, but sometimes I didn't.
Okay, so may I approach, Judge?
Okay.
I'm referring to page 142 of the deposition, lines 5 through 17. I'm going to hand you a portion of your deposition. I want you to take a look at it, okay? And when you are done, please look up.
You were referring to
It's about lines 5 through 5 through 17, I think. I'm sorry? 11 through 14.
Are you referring to Arizona or Florida?
Florida.
Florida, I got all 3 meals.
Okay.
So, see, that doesn't make sense.
Florida, your mom made you breakfast, lunch, and dinner, right?
Yes.
So if this was
And for lunch, she would pack you lunch.
Yes.
You would get a water bottle, like an empty water bottle that you could fill up at school.
I do recall having a water bottle at one point, but I think I lost it.
Okay, that seems
but
to
she
be a you
intended to give you the
problem.
water bottle before you lost it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you got a sandwich,
Yes.
chips,
Occasionally, yes.
and a piece of fruit.
Yes.
You also you mentioned that your mom got you bread with peanut butter and bananas for breakfast, right?
Yes.
At that time, you were vegetarian or vegan?
Pescatarian.
Pescatarian. Okay.
okay.
So you
so-
were
oh
getting
my-
like a
there's so
pescatarian.
Oh, so he's just a Noyatarian. Oh God.
No, but like there's so much inconsistency with this because like, okay. I'm looking at this at the eyes of like, you're telling me this guy was all this abuse. And it's like,
Yes.
but it doesn't seem like anything is like there's not because usually when you hear these, never dealt with it in my personal life, so I know everything's different, guys. But like usually hear a consistency of like, okay, if they're gonna not feed the children, they're gonna not feed the children. It's not like, oh well, I got all 3 meals when I lived here, but not here. You know what I mean? Like it's just so wonky. The story's like, well, did they deny you food? And then they didn't deny you food when you were in Florida? I don't really understand what you're trying to say here.
Well, but it's also the inconsistency. Like, they only fed me banana and peanut butter, and then it's like, oh, well, is it because you are vegan and wouldn't eat scrambled eggs
Yeah,
and bacon?
yeah. He just said I'm a pescatarian. Okay, well, then what were your choices? Like, okay, I don't, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. It's
it's just weird. It's hard.
It-
It's weird.
it's
I don't know
all
how
the
to-
weird because the more I hear, the more I'm confused.
yeah, that's where I'm.
The more I'm like, I don't understand any of y'all's.
I know.
And I'm on 3 hours of sleep, so I'm like, Snake Island for all of you.
That's just what I'm like getting from it. It's like, oh, but did you mean Florida? Because I got all 3 meals in Florida.
Yeah, and
Okay.
look, yeah,
Like,
because I was feeling
didn't
upset
know
about
that-
him.
Story, like, you know what I mean? Like that's where I'm
Yeah.
starting to think is like, does he know that they don't have stuff from Arizona so that he can't lie? He can say like, oh, I didn't get fed in Arizona, but I got fed in Florida because it's already a deposition. You know what I'm saying? I'm just so confused.
Yeah, I don't. And I know that they were, according to the defense, so again, it is from the defense lens, they were, it was suggested to cut sugar out of his diet, so if he already has restricted himself as far as pescatarianism, which I guess is just fish and stuff, I mean, you've already limited your choices, and then she's just going to go with natural sugars and stuff. And peanut butter has a bunch of sugar, but we'll just leave that where it is. I mean, it sounds like he lost his water bottle. He's not okay.
In breakfast at the time.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit, or you talked in direct examination about sort of the snacks that you wanted, right?
Yes.
So do you recall going to a pediatrician and the pediatrician not, saying less sugar is way better for you?
Okay.
I'm sorry, let her finish the question so I can then hear the objection. So
Why are they
I
objecting?
lost the question in the middle of the objection. So
They don't
restate the
want-
question and then
No.
make your objection and I'll rule.
Thank you. Do you recall a pediatrician telling you that, or your mom, that sugary snacks might be bad for you?
All right, sustain.
It goes to effect on the listener.
You can rephrase it in a way that doesn't require hearsay. So
Okay,
I'm sustaining
so-
the objection.
I will
Is it
have to
fair
look
say that
into
in general,
that.
Tracy
Ghost
and
Story,
Tim
I
wouldn't
can't.
allow
I'm
treats
going to be
and
very
sugary
honest with you.
snacks
I'm
like
working
that
on very little
for any
sleep,
of the
so I will
kids for the
find that
most
out
part, right?
tomorrow and let you know.
The
'Cause
Girl
I'm gonna
Scout
do a
snacks like
longer
that,
stream to try to catch up for
sugary
next
snacks like
week.
that, but I didn't.
Okay, and they got it as treats, right?
They had that as easy access. They could access it whenever they wanted. It wasn't necessarily an incentive to get that, but it could, if they wanted candy, it could spontaneously.
Right?
And you weren't allowed to have things like candy, Oreos, Funyuns. Those are the kind of snacks you wanted, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When they removed sugar from your
Crap,
diet,
now
do you
I want
remember
Funyuns.
feeling a lot better and less hyper?
No.
Do you remember telling that to a doctor? A Dr. Martin?
Is he bald?
I don't know if Dr. Kathleen Martin is bald.
I'm
Athlete.
sorry. Sorry, no.
This kid sounds like me. Like, I don't remember names.
Yeah.
Does it look like his cat hates him? Like, that's how I
Yeah.
does it look like a Lord of the Rings Hobbit character? Do they look like a Muppet?
But doesn't okay, so I wanted to ask you that because like it just sounds like to me that they were trying to restrict him from eating so much junk food because maybe that's
Yeah.
making him act out. And he just sounds like he's kind of mad that they weren't giving him Funyuns and treats, but the other kids could have it. Well, if the other kids weren't acting that way, wouldn't that I mean, again, I'm not a parent, so I don't know if like if I'm gonna take it away from this kid, I'm gonna take away from everybody so nobody gets jealous.
So what I would say is in my house, what I don't like a lot of drama and stuff. So if I know, like, say last night, Nola and her friend were coming home with Mr. Mo, and they were going to stop and get fast food for dinner because they were going to be home later, and I'd already made food for the kids.
Yeah.
Generally, in those situations, I kind of have a rule that you finish that before you come home because, I don't want a lot of drama of the other kids knowing you've had fast food, and that kind of thing. So as a parent, would I allow the other kids to generally have the snacks around him? No, because I could see how that would be very upsetting to him.
Mhm.
And well, it's just like, so Griffin has terrible teeth, terrible, like just most of his baby teeth. I don't know if they didn't have enamel or whatever, but he had to get caps on most of them. And the doctor said, no more gummy foods, no more like fruit snacks, nothing. So we just haven't had fruit snacks in the house. I just took them completely out of the house
Mhm.
because, it would have been unfair for the other kids to have them and he couldn't. So we just, I blanket made them that. So it's one of those things that it's kind of a give and take things. Again, had I been the parent, we would have probably, hey, if you're going to try to have those things, have them out of sight of the other kids as much as possible. But there's also a learning that comes from, hey, you can't always have that thing. There's going to be times in life where people get things that you can't have, and you need to learn self-control, discipline, and deal with that kind of disappointment that you don't get what other people have. Like, when someone gets invited to a party and you don't, that stinks, but there are times that happens and you have to learn to deal with that, and we'll do something else. So again, it's all in how you present it. And I don't know that, for the love of these people, I don't even know what's going on.
I don't either.
It's just like, yeah, I just fed my brother a beer just to see what would happen. Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like,
Like he keeps upping the ante, and
and going in and critiquing a teacher's class, like, well, I knew she was gonna believe me. Again, I need to. I don't want to see a picture because he's a minor, but who the hell believes
I know, I'm like, what is he?
a young Asian
are-
child?
Yeah, yeah. I was thinking the same thing because I was like, I don't want to Google anything, but like, also, yeah, does he not look his age? Does he look older? Because teacher's like, okay, yeah, sir, sit in the back of my class.
Yeah, but because all I can think is, who the heck lets a preteen child come in and critique her class? What kind of shit talking, charm does this child have? Is he going to be our next president? What is going on here? Okay, I'll throw the. I know you are all in the zoomies today.
But like, that's what I mean when I'm saying this. I talked about this in trials before, where they just bring in they bring in so much like circumstantial stuff, like talking about like square, 3 meals a day and snacks and stuff, like just to up the ante, to be like. And that's why I'm critiquing this stuff, is because it's like, is it because he wasn't allowed to have these things because he was acting like he was getting on a sugar high and destroying things, or was it because they actually were just like, is that abuse and they were not giving it to him? You know what I mean? Like, there's a big difference.
Well, and then this goes back to, now I'm wondering if the parents, again, you have a child that has been very rough with a young child to the point of facial injuries. You have a child that has given a 4-year-old beer as an experiment with just kind of a laugh in his voice.
Yeah.
If you're at the end of stole a
it.
credit card, maybe they were genuinely afraid. I mean, Ted Bundy put a bunch of, knives around his aunt when he was 3 and just kind of stared at her as she was sleeping. I mean, what do you do with these children? Again, they had other choices,
Yes.
but if you're genuinely afraid, what do you do?
I know, because like,
And then
yeah.
we should have systems in place where you could call DCF and not be afraid that your family is going to be destroyed, but they are actually there to help you and provide you with tools and facilities saying, hey, look, my child is, we're out of options, we're confused, we don't know, do you have ideas? Instead of them kicking down your door with SWAT, that in my ideal world, that would be what DCF was for.
I agree.
But
That's kind of stuff I'm thinking about, is like, did they do these crazy things because they didn't want to involve the authorities and just have them come in? Because most of the time they just rip families apart and they don't really help this. Maybe they were scared that they weren't going to help the situation. I don't know.
I don't know. And I don't know if he's going to get on the stand. I doubt he will, just because I don't think anything he says. I mean, look, if he's stoic, then he's in trouble. If he cries, he's in trouble. I think Baker's right. Whatever he does, he's darned. You need to stop biting or you're going to get holy watered. Stop. Sir, I have the squirt bottle. It's no nipping, no biting, no barking. You already used me as a pincushion this morning.
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to maybe look at that medical record?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, just give me one moment.
Sit and you get pets. No. Sit and you get pets. Good boy. See, that's good. That's a good boy with the floppy ears. He got flippy
Alright.
floppy ears.
Your mom would do your laundry?
No.
At a point where I would, we would alternate times doing laundries. Like I would do the clothes, she would do the clothes, then the next day I would do the clothes. Yeah.
But okay, so it was like a rotation of everyone doing laundry. Is that fair
Not
to say?
just me and my mom and occasionally.
Okay. So you, your
Okay,
mom, and Ben
I
would sort of
love you.
rotate who does the laundry.
Yeah.
You
Fair?
cannot
Okay, so that was a
bite.
chore that everybody shared.
Not everybody.
Okay, that was a chore that the three of you shared.
Yes.
Okay. You stated in direct examination
No
that
bite.
sometimes well, let me put it this way. You said in Florida you got
I'm
3 meals a
nicknaming
day. You never feel
Jaws.
hungry, right?
I felt hungry. Yeah.
Do you recall a conversation that you had with Detective Sharp?
Yeah.
See these like statements. They're so I feel hungry. Well, yeah, like you're a young kid. Like aren't young boys hungry?
You're a teen boy. You're hey,
Approach.
no biting the face. We've talked about this.
I mean,
You're going to puppy
hungry.
penitentiary. You're going to puppy class. You're just going, sir.
I'm hungry right now, actually. Now that we're saying that. I might have to make
If you want to go to
No,
if you want to go to
I
lunch,
mean, like, because they're talking about food and now I'm getting hungry.
Frybert,
I'll just mute myself and go eat something. I don't care.
stop barking. I have the squirt bottle.
All right, objection sustained. Rephrase.
In Florida, did you feel like you ate enough food?
Come on.
Yes and no.
Okay. Do you remember? So your answer is yes and no?
I mean, if you talk to my kids, they're starving all the time, but
I wanna
rappers
say I don't
and my
re- I don't
grocery
really
bill
recall.
say
Okay.
they are
Would it
fed.
refresh your recollection to look at a conversation that you had with a detective?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna direct you to page 71 of a transcript of your interview with Detective Sharp, and it's towards the bottom, okay? Let me know when you're done reading.
Okay.
And see, I'm just
Okay.
picking apart these little statements that they're
Well,
trying to make
yeah.
a thing. That's the only reason I'm saying the things I'm saying.
Well, and it's definitely he definitely had issues, and they definitely didn't do it right. We've said only a bajillion and 12
The woman
times.
asked if you got enough food to eat, right?
Yes.
And you said you did.
Yes.
That's what you told the detective?
Yes.
Fry, stop barking at the cat. True. Gonna get all the monetized for when the boys are teenagers.
I want to talk
Yeah.
a little bit about sometimes, I guess, kind of the way you feel or some of your actions in general. Is it fair to say that you get angry sometimes impulsively?
Yes.
Sustained.
Can I approach, Judge?
You can approach.
We're trying to keep that stuff out. You have to know the whole story. This is our problem in this justice system is, you just want to like sit and make everybody one side look really bad, but we need to see the whole thing.
Yeah, and we definitely need to know what the parents were dealing with. I don't want to make anyone a saint here, but I need to know all the facts.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't have to agree with the parent. Two things can be true at the same time. So he could have been a problem child. They could have handled this so badly it's not funny, but
Yes.
it's not. It doesn't rise to 40 years. I don't know. I
That's
don't know.
That's what I mean. Yes. It's like, does it rise to the level of this man deserves to spend the rest of it, basically the rest of his life?
But he's also gambling with the rest of his kids going into the system. Why he didn't take the plea deal, I don't know.
I know.
That's what pisses me off too. And now his kids have to go on the stand, and he has to deal with Cat Lady, who at least isn't dressed like Murphy Brown today.
I absolutely agree with that, Mo.
All right, the objection sustained. Ms. Murad, you may continue.
Good morning, no, it's night.
Yeah, she,
You may.
Whatever time it is in Australia. Look, I'm on about 3 hours of sleep, Pixie. So whatever time it is there. Good whatever time. Pixie. Youngest daughter's birthday is on the 11th. She is my binary baby, 10, 11. And she definitely had a sleepover and they stayed up late and Fry wanted to join the party, but they were having chocolate and all sorts of fun upstairs. So he just whined
All
and
right, we're almost
and
done.
stayed up till 3.
I know you've been up there a
crying.
long time.
So
Now in Florida, you did, and even in Arizona, you said that door was not always locked, right? The door in the garage to Arizona. I'm sorry. In Florida, the door was not always locked, correct?
Yeah, the door was always locked.
In Florida?
Yes.
So there was a time when, for example, was walking into your door while you were playing Legos. Do you remember that?
No.
If the state admits Ring video and it shows that, is it fair to say that that door was open at that time?
Yes.
If
I
the
do
video
not-
shows it was open?
I do not recall him walking into my room. I recall that in Arizona, but not in Florida.
Okay.
okay, so the door wasn't always locked? So what was it? Was it always locked or was it not always locked?
yeah,
I don't know.
well, good morning, Pixie.
All right. So you just testified
Right.
that in Florida, the door was always locked, right?
After we moved back.
Okay. So most recently in Florida. Yes. State, I'm referring to pages 164, lines 25 to 165, line 1 and 2. The deposition.
Yeah, he's confusing me too, Iris. Or Iris.
I wonder if he's intentionally being, kind of, oh, I don't remember if it was, Arizona or Florida, if he's intentionally being kind of, I can't remember Florida, California, or
So we
Florida.
talked about a
Arizona.
deposition that you gave. You remember that, right?
Yes.
And that was, you don't have to say where, but it was in a little room and I was there. Miss Coakley was there, right?
Yes.
And you were under oath to tell the truth?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you two
He's like, the
pages of that
truth.
deposition.
I have lived there once, I think.
Yeah.
164, starting on line 17, all the way to 165, line 4. Can you take a look at that for me and look up when you're done?
Look, and I was a smartass as a teenager, so I
After you looked at that, you were asked if that room in Florida was always locked, and you said that it was not always
I am
locked,
trying to
right?
give this
Yeah.
kid grace because I was a total smartass, but I also didn't give a
Ring video
4-year-old
of inside that
alcohol.
room during the
Well, he
time that
just
you
said
lived in
it wasn't
Florida, they'll be
always
able to see
locked.
what happened in the room. That's fair to say, right?
That was his answer.
We talked about a lot of those behaviors. Is it fair to say that sometimes you can't control your impulses?
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that sometimes those things, those specific things that we talk about, they can cause harm to other people?
Sustained.
When you do something like ride a bike really quickly and your brother gets hurt in the face, that causes harm to him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you do something like hit another student, that causes harm to them, right?
I do not. What's your? Yeah, hitting a student causes harm, but I do not recall hitting a student.
Okay. You remember we were just talking and you said that you put your finger and your finger and your thumb on a student's throat at one time?
That was horse playing, and it was not intentional for them to be harmed.
Okay, but it is something that could hurt somebody, right?
Yes.
When Tim and Tracy,
Today is going conflicting because the first part of the victim's statement or the victim's testimony from the state, you are kind of on board with being very angry with the parent. And then as the defense goes through what he's done, it's hard. He's not as sympathetic of a victim, which is hard to say because he is still a child.
Mhm.
And it's hard because and honestly, I'll probably have to watch this when I've had more sleep again
Yeah.
and really look at it because, as I said, Mr. Friberto was very upset that he was not allowed to join the girls only sleepover last night. Uh, so he stayed up until 3 a.m. and I get up at 5 a.m. So he was so I've had very little sleep. But he's done things like steal credit card, intentionally gone into his sister's classroom and said derogatory things like it's a class announcement, gone into another classroom, told the teacher that he's there to audit her class and critique her, stolen, memorized a friend's. So I don't know if he's pretending to tutor his friend or he tutored his friend. Then stole or memorized the dad's credit card and bought things, jailbroke his school electronics so that he could do things that he wasn't supposed to do on the school electronics, gave his younger brother, a 4-year-old, booze just for an experiment. And all of this wouldn't be. You can hear the smile in his voice when he's saying these things, and that's the part that gets me. It's the smile in his voice because you can't see him.
Mhm.
But when the defense asks him, "Did you give your brother X a beer?" He says, "Yeah." And she said, "Why?" And he's like, "It's for an experiment." And just, well, yeah, you know, I thought it would be, you could just tell he thought it was funny. You could just tell he thought it was kind of a joke. And it just, it's getting harder to be sympathetic to him as a victim as much, which is hard.
Yeah, because like the stuff that they were making out to be so terrible, like, oh, he had to go out in the yard and rake, and they watched him and made him do chores. Like, it was just like, it starts coming out that it's just like everyday stuff that I did when I was growing up, you know what I mean? And like, then you start seeing all, like you said, all the stuff he was doing. And yeah, that might not be the best option as a parent to throw them in a room. But Anne put up a good comment too.
Where what?
And finding out like it wasn't locked all the time and he was being fed even though he said he wasn't. And it's just like such a confusing story.
Well, and he's contradicting a lot of his statements. He's not giving full answers sometimes. Then when you find out, oh, he's like, I was only given bread and this, and then the defense came back and said, oh, well, weren't you a pescatarian? And he's like, oh yeah, I was a pescatarian, so I only got, this, that, because the mom was trying to stay within his, dietary beliefs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that it's going to come down to, honestly, the Ring doorbell or the Ring videos and the experts.
Mhm.
because I'm having a hard time squaring this circle myself. And above all this, I really think that he should have just taken the plea deal, because right now he's had 2 of his children have to get on to the stand. And, the other children, I don't know where the other children are, because generally children are protected in
Mhm.
our systems. But, there is a high probability, there's a chance that they could go into the system. So if he had taken the plea deal, maybe there was a chance that, his wife could be completely exonerated, and the wife could have just kept all the other children at home with her. So we know that the other children at least would have been out of the system, because we know foster care can be a crapshoot. I know some lovely, wonderful, caring, awesome foster parents, but I know all of them are not like that.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know why he took the crapshoot. I understand that, taking a plea deal for 2 years when you genuinely don't feel like you did anything wrong. I know it's a devil's choice. It but it's
Yeah, and I
I
think that's
don't know.
why though. I mean, he wanted maybe he was like, well, he really thinks that this was a last resort for them, I guess. I don't know.
Well,
I haven't seen all
eh
of the stuff that happened,
I
but
mean, and the victim said, he's like, "I think that they're sorry for what they did, and they were reacting to my behavior."
yeah.
So, I don't know what the jury's gonna do with that.
And he
It
said they didn't harm him. They were just reacting to his behavior. And he
I mean,
doesn't
because
think that anybody should be punished for it. That's what that statement was really weird to me. I was like, okay.
yeah, it's the like I said, I'm gonna probably have to come back when I'm not super tired and rewatch it, because it's so contradictory. But what really sticks out to me is, again, his escalating behavior and the smile in his voice when he's doing it. It 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 just it's really chilling to me that as a young child, you would give a younger child a beer knowing how sick, or I mean, maybe you don't know, as because I'm putting adult feelings into a child. Maybe he didn't know how bad that could be, because as intelligent as he is, maybe he's not real world intelligent. So maybe it really was just an analytical experiment for him. But still, there's something about it that's very chilling in the way he delivered that, because he didn't think about the impact to someone else. It was very chilling, that it was just, I just wanted it was like a laboratory experiment. It wasn't, seeing his brother as another person. It was, what's gonna happen? It's like a lab experiment.
Yep.
So that was odd. It was just the whole thing
When
is
Tracy
odd.
would discipline you, it was always in response to something that you did.
Yes.
And sometimes it would also be in response to something that you did that could cause you harm.
Give me an example, please.
Do you remember almost starting an electrical fire in Arizona?
Like playing with the outlet? Yeah.
And that did almost cause an electrical fire?
No.
Okay.
It didn't. I know how to prevent one.
I'm sorry?
I
That wasn't the
What?
Take your time.
Yeah, I remember playing with an outlet.
And that's something that could have hurt you?
Yes.
And it's something that could have hurt other people in the family, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Judge?
You may.
So he was purposely playing with the outlets, knowing, yeah. Oof. Yeah, like maybe
Well,
they started getting scared of him where they just couldn't
it
trust him. And they didn't want to take it to the route of like, take him out of our home You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, well, that if because listen to that first answer, I know how to prevent one. My
Yeah.
guess is he's like, I could start one and prevent it. I can do this myself and play with one.
That's a good
It-
one. Yeah.
So his first thing was, yeah, I can do it because I know how to prevent one.
Mhm.
That
Okay.
sounds like something, again, a very smart kid would say, I know how to, I've looked up how to stop it. Now I'm going to start one.
Good catch. I don't know. I mean,
So
that's where it's starting to hit me more and more is like this it was a stupid plan, but because obviously it's getting you in trouble now. But
yeah,
like
but
maybe there was just like this kid is escalating. We've taken him to professionals, which I'll have to watch more of this stuff now. And
yeah,
no one's helping us and they don't want him ripped out of their home. I don't know. And this was like, and again, he admitted that they don't lock the door all the time. So it wasn't like he was locked away in this room for his whole life.
yeah. So it definitely shows the big difference between what the media portrayed this to be, because I definitely thought this was going to be a Harry Potter, like he was locked in his room, and he got out to like make them bacon and serve Dudley and
Yes.
Yes. Serve the other kids, and then they put him back and they pretended to homeschool him,
Yeah,
that
too.
kind
I
of
thought
thing.
he didn't go to school, and then that was not true. But okay, yeah,
Well, and that's what I'm wondering if yeah, Bobby, that's what he sounds very analytical. He sounds very literal, very literal. So when she says, did you do this? And he said, provide me a name, because it doesn't sound, he sounds like he needs, the very literal, like, okay, did you do this? To which specific person? And that really sticks to me, like, okay, at what what specific point did I do this? Who did I do this to? So it definitely seems like he's very literal, and he's also very, very
yeah.
intelligent, but I don't think he has that emotional intelligence. He doesn't have that sort of empathy intelligence yet, where he gets that other people are there, and sometimes it takes people longer.
Mhm.
But it's, and it's something that you have to nurture and just work on, but it's not impossible.
All right, thank you, Ms. Murad. Redirect, Ms. Coakley.
All right, let's see if they can.
Playing with the outlet. Was that in Arizona?
Yes.
Was that in the first room in Arizona inside the house?
No.
So in the time frame in Arizona, were you doing that to try and get out of the room?
Not exactly. I was just trying to, I was a curious mind at that age, so
You were
I didn't know what
curious?
I was doing.
Were you bored?
Yeah.
Did you not have a lot to do? When
Well,
Overruled, you can answer.
how does
was there a
that?
lot of stuff to do in that room?
It doesn't
Now,
make
we
it
talked
fair.
about the situation that happened with Slimps fell off the bike.
Yeah.
Was that an intentional act by you
Nah, I was just playing too roughly.
with him? Was that in Arizona?
That was in Arizona, yes.
Okay. Was on a bike?
Yes.
And what were you doing?
I was pushing him around on the little tricycle.
Okay. So you're pushing your little brother on the tricycle?
Yeah.
Were you going kind of fast?
Yeah.
Was your little brother, what was his reaction while you were pushing
He was
him?
laughing, having some fun.
Okay. So were you having fun with your brother?
Yeah.
How did it happen that he fell and hit his face on after?
So I tripped on the flagstone. Then that trip pushed me a little too far, and the bike fell over in his face.
So was that an accident?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about some of the incidents.
Okay, I'm going to pause here. Look,
Oof.
here, look, Bobby, I think if he is autistic, he look, in any, all, or whatever he has, we are all not mental people.
Mm-mm.
I am a redhead who talks into a little light up microphone uh to the internets. I do not diagnose people. That's smarter people than me who have done a lot of things. But what I will say is that I think he is highly, highly intelligent. I don't think he has that emotional component yet. And I think that if I think he needs to work on learning empathy for other people. And sometimes that's very hard for people that are highly intelligent to have that emotional intelligence too. Because sometimes when you are highly intelligent, it is hard to see the world through kind of that emotional lens.
Mhm.
That being said, I think he is intelligent enough emotionally to find out people and targets to use, and that is concerning. But I don't think that puts him on the spectrum. I think that's a sign of something else. But again, only as an internet psychologist, that's what I can say. And welcome making law simple.
Hi,
But
David.
I don't think he's on the spectrum as such. I think he's just maybe lacking emotional intelligence and maybe empathy. But I don't know if they've done any sort of personality test or anything like that.
Mhm.
I nothing other people, does that count?
What? Are you text to talking again?
No, but that's a t-shirt. That is a t-shirt, and you need to make that merch. I'm just saying.
And nothing, other
It
people.
if if you want to sell merch, that is a t-shirt. As a dumb t-shirt connoisseur, that is a t-shirt. Yes. Well, you know what? A lot of my friends and a lot of the people I watch I love Lotus Eaters, so I love all of my semi-autistic friends. I don't think that's true at all. I love all of my I don't think any of that is true. So, Bobby, tell those people to go screw themselves and tell them Mo said it. So, as the head of my own religion for tax purposes, paperwork not filed yet, uh, but trademarked. You tell them to go pound sand. You guys, we are awesome. You guys are awesome. They adopted him at, I think, 14 months, 12 or 14 months. Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. People with autism have all of the feelings, just have a hard time expressing them. That is ridiculous. What this child has is not the ability to even comprehend other people having feelings. There's a complete gulf in difference. So go tell them to pound sand, Bobby. Tell them Mo sent you. They want to deal with an angry redhead,
Some of the things
an angry
that
fake
you have
redhead.
told us that you did. Let's talk for a second about Immaculate Heart. What grades were you in Immaculate Heart?
4th and 5th.
Okay, so you're in elementary school?
Yes.
So the incident that they
Where is Twisted Bunny when we keep stopping every 10 seconds? I feel like he's dropped off the internet. I haven't seen him in a while.
He has his own
I
channel.
do believe
He is busy doing that lately.
I completely understand. I do believe that when they have the battle of the experts, they did have actually a brain scan that shows there is brain damage, I believe, in impulse control and other things. But, you know, that's going to be something that's only they've only vaguely hinted that in defense, and I haven't skipped ahead. So that's all I've heard so far.
Yeah.
That the defense asked you about that happened at Sunrise that you say you don't remember with the punching another child. Is that before Immaculate Heart?
Yes.
So you're like in 3rd grade?
Yes. Well, I was
Absolutely.
in Sunrise in 4th grade for, I'd say about like around November.
Okay, so 4th grade.
Yeah.
4th grade is when they, so you're in elementary school when that happened?
Yeah.
And then the incident that we talked about with the pushing, you said it was rough horse playing with another kid with the hands on pressing against his neck. Is that also in elementary school when that happened?
Yes, that was in 5th grade.
In 5th grade, so you're like 11 years old?
Yes.
The incident where you went into class and made an announcement about, what grade are you in then?
5th grade.
So you're 11 years old?
Yeah.
Why were you mad at your sister?
Because I couldn't get the snacks that she wanted. Well, the full story is I couldn't share food, but I was able to share her food with others and get the snacks that she wants. And I wasn't allowed to do that.
And so did the fact that you and your sisters had different rules and abilities, is that something that caused you frustration
Yes.
as a child? And at that point, in 5th grade, when you're 11 years old, are you already in the room in the garage before that happened?
No, I was.
Or are you not sure really when when the garage happened in relation to the 5th grade?
Hey, Mo.
In 5th grade, I was
Yeah.
put in the box in 5th grade.
Oh, sorry.
But you're not sure this is before or after.
Sorry,
That's
Nick.
the only time frame.
You know, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not drunk. I'm awake asleep. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, I was looking through and making sure I didn't forget anything on my to-do list for tomorrow. Since Mr. Mo, the joys of living in a rural area, Mr. Mo's last car got a ground squirrel in it, and we had to chase it out, but now we have a little ground squirrel tunnel in the back seat. So that's hilarious. And in his new car, something decided to crawl in and die. So we have to take it in, and it's a Prius. So we have to take it in to de-stankify it, I guess. So I was just making sure I've got everything set up tomorrow because, it is what it is.
Mm. Oh, I see. I only missed almost 4 hours of this.
Yeah, it's been a weird one. The child, you went in kind of thinking, okay, wow, so they really did just lock him in, and he didn't have this and he didn't have that. And then you hear what he was doing, from going in and convincing a teacher that he had permission to make a class announcement, belittling his sister, pretending to tutor his friend or authentically tutoring his friend, memorizing her father's credit card information and then using it to buy stuff, jailbreaking his school Chromebook to play video games and stuff, going into a classroom, convincing a teacher he was there to audit her class.
So teachers in that school are stupid.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are.
And
Giving his 4-year-old brother a beer as an experiment to see what would happen, knowing full well that it would hurt him, but it was just an experiment. Different things.
Fires.
Yeah, trying to start an electrical fire, taking a box cutter to school.
Like, I don't know about you, but that'd be expensive to replace too.
Yeah, just I mean, just a lot of escalating behavior that, again, he's super bright. It seems like things that some of the things are scary, like the box cutter and giving. It wasn't so much that he gave the brother the beer, it was the smile in his voice when he was asked, "Well, you knew that what could hurt him," and he's like, "Yeah, but it was an experiment." It was just the tone in his voice because you can't see him. It it was just kind of the nonchalance and the smile in his voice that was kind of really chilling.
Mm.
So, but then he corroborated, well, and then his first kind of statement was, "Well, my parents didn't really want to hurt me or anything. They were just responding to my erratic behavior, and I
He,
don't
Well,
want
that
them punished."
he admitted that the door was not locked all the time. And then they made they made the claims that he had to like go to the bathroom in a bucket and he wasn't allowed to use the bathroom. But then he said he was allowed to use the bathroom. So we're
so
kind of confused on like, okay, what was it? Were you locked in this room on a daily basis, not allowed to use the bathroom, da 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 da, or was it the other way around? Because you're kind of contradicting yourself.
it sounds like this kid should have been being offered professional help years ago.
Mhm.
Has it been indicated that he has been to therapist?
So I think they're getting into that. It sounds like he was going to multiple doctors. So the defense has hinted in the opening statement that they have an expert and they have done brain scans, that he had, I guess, in the orphanage, from what Reindeer looked up, there was early childhood development that impacted, and I'm trying to remember what she said, the impulse control centers and emotional regulation portion of the brain. And she could show it on brain scans.
Yeah, I meant if the parents ever.
Yes, I do believe they were taking him, and what the doctors were doing was just throwing pills at it instead of giving him, giving them better options. And I think they were, according to what the defense is saying, and this is all through the defense's lens, they were, at their wits' end. They were looking for something more. They had just moved, they were trying to find new doctors in Florida, and then he ran away.
Yeah.
That's kind of the story the defense is going with.
The kid on the stand did say that he had seen a couple. I do remember a statement that he did go see a doctor or two. And one of the things he did see a doctor about was because he had a big problem with saying that he wasn't allowed to eat. But then we come to find out it was just like we found out he's a pescatarian. I can't even that word.
Yeah, pescatarian.
And they took him off sugar because the doctors are saying that was maybe the reason why he was.
Nick had the same reaction I did when he said pescatarian. I was like, "Oh, so you're annoying."
So
it's the yodel Christians.
Yeah. Well, he was mad because they weren't giving him the sugary snacks and stuff that his sister and brothers were getting. But the doctors said to limit his sugar because maybe that's why he's got the reaction, his attitude and his reactions and energy. So it was kind of a confusing mess of where he was making it sound like they were not allowing him to have these things versus he shouldn't. Maybe they just didn't want to give them to him. You know what I mean? And it's just
Yeah, like the way the state asked the question, were you given food? And he'd say, yeah, I was giving, peanut butter and a banana. And then when the defense would come up, okay, well, what was your diet like? Were you a pescatarian or what was your diet, food restriction like? Oh yeah, I was a pescatarian at the time. Oh, okay. Well, No wonder because you didn't want to eat eggs and bacon. It, it's kind of like the first world problems when, you know, when you're like, oh, you didn't get avocado toast. And then I go back to, it still doesn't negate that you locked this child in a room. I don't know.
I'm confused
I'm
too.
not operating
Also
on
admitted
the
that the door was not always locked.
always locked.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
that's I mean, not always, but that I mean, you could turn that around and say, well, most of the time they even locked him in. He couldn't get out, even to go
yeah,
this and that. So you can turn that argument on the other way that
Yeah.
it
true.
wasn't locked all the time. Yeah, but it was locked. And
Yeah,
you
so
really
it's
only need a few of those moments where I believe, at least in the European law, that you only need one or a few times of actual imprisonment, involuntary imprisonment, for a conviction.
That's what I mean. Does this
yeah.
rise to the level of criminal charges that they're charging him with? That's what I'm trying to like wrap.
So it's hard because now you have a child who's been shown, you have the victim who's been shown to be an unreliable narrator. So it's going to come down to, I think, in my humble opinion, as a redhead who shouts into a microphone on the internet, to the experts, the dueling expert, psychologist experts, and
Mhm.
the Ring doorbell video that they have.
What are they supposed to show? Because like, is it just okay? I don't want to take any of this lightly. Don't get me wrong, but is
Yeah.
it showing like the moments that the frustration like overflowed and they were screaming at this kid?
I don't,
Or
I mean,
is
I'm
it,
sure
like,
the
a
state's going to
few?
show all that, or yeah, I mean, I'm sure the state's going to show all that, but I'm wondering if the defense is going to show where he, you know, tore things down or knocked things over or ripped things up, because they've got different Ring doorbells places
So is it?
in the house. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, Bobby. I'm kind of with you. If they have different places where, again, if you are overwhelmed, ask for help.
Yeah. See, and I don't agree with, again, I'll reiterate, I don't agree with the way they did things if that's where they meant to do things. But I'm just also curious if it's a matter of like they felt like they didn't want to involve the authorities because they didn't want him to be placed somewhere else. I don't know. There's just a lot. This is more complicated than I thought it was going to be.
Well, and now I'm wondering if he will testify, because he'll say, you know, we didn't reach out to the authorities to get him help because we were afraid of him being placed somewhere, you know, dangerous or something like that. We were working with, we were at our wit's end, but we didn't want him taken away or something like that. I don't know.
Right.
This case is so,
It's more than I thought it was going to be.
yeah, because you go in thinking just, you know, I'll be unbiased, but this sounds, no, it doesn't make it right.
No.
None of this is, two things can be true at the same time. They can all be jerks. They can both be wrong. The child can be wrong in his actions, and the parents can be wrong in how they're handling it.
Exactly.
And both actions can be wrong. So
if he was placed in a home with how he's reacting, and they took him out of the home, placed him in a home, and he escalates and hurts somebody. I don't know. There's just so much to this that it's like crazy.
well, and there's another point Jess Ruby brings up. Also compare this to the Take Care of Maya case, where the system abuses the situation. It could definitely be the fear of the child being taken away. And I understand that, Bobby. I'm I'm just trying to come at it from all situations or all angles, because until we get to the end of the trial, we don't have all the information.
Yeah, but you
So,
know where the kid was, what was like all sides of it to make the charges stick, right? I mean, I have to see all sides of it to like really weigh it out.
and we might hear something that from the state that completely seals it.
True. Yeah.
That, that's like, okay, that's it, I'm done. And if we see the Ring videos and they're atrocious, then, it's over.
Yeah.
Well, no, Bobby, I'm
But
not
you
saying
keep
it's
calling
right.
it that, and like,
Well, ask Mr. That Austrian guy. He did it for a few years. Mr. Fritzl.
Oh, well, yes.
like, was there ever any? I'm gonna have to go back and look, because is there ever anybody talking about this room that he's building as being a jail cell? Because my dad built us a little room in our room because we wanted like a little privacy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I know they're putting him in it and locking the door. Doesn't make it right, but I'm just trying to think, like, there's so much.
I don't know. I will table and shelf all of my argument ideas until I have more sleep and just play more of this trial. Because
Now,
right now,
they also asked
I don't
you
know if I
about
make
some
good
things that
points.
happen at Basis, and they said a box cutter, and you started to say it wasn't really a box cutter. What was it?
It was a little. It was a little scalpel. That's it.
A scalpel?
Yeah.
Like a little, just had something that had a little sharpness to it?
Of room.
So something that had a little sharpness to it, was small?
Yeah, it was like a.
Okay, again, TSA will still kick your behind if you bring it on an airplane.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. A
Yeah, it was
skipple.
just a tool with a serrated edge.
Did you bring that to threaten anyone?
No.
Did you bring that to hurt anyone? Did you threaten anyone with it? Did you just bring it to show people?
I was in 6th grade and hey, look, I found a cool tool in the toolbox.
At that point in 6th grade, are your parents already having you live in the structure in the garage
Yes.
when that happened? Now, I want to talk for a second about
How early
some of the
on-
computer stuff.
Because they built.
Did you have
this
an
in the
interest
prior
in
home.
electronics?
Yes.
Do you like to take?
I'm sorry, what?
So they built this in the prior home. So how many years have they used that room as punishment for this kid?
That's the other thing that I disagree with. So, and I think that a lot of his behavior is linked to every time they have a new baby, he gets pushed out of a room. Because I think if I'm understanding the pattern right, it seems like he had a room and then they would have a baby and they would move him out of the room and give the baby the room.
Oh, and only him, not one of the girls.
If I'm understanding it right, and I could be misunderstanding it, but I think the first biological child was a boy, or maybe it was a boy, and I think they moved him. So yeah, I think, and then I think they moved the girl when a girl happened, and so on and so forth. But I think that this has been a successive thing, if I'm understanding correctly. And like I said, take this with a grain of salt.
Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see, I guess. But if that is what happened, then he is always put second, third, fourth.
Oh, okay, I'm wrong then.
Okay, first. I mean, if he's constantly being pushed out of the family, of course he will lash out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my read on it is, again, as someone that has a big family, it looks like he only gets attention when he is being bad.
Yeah.
So he has learned, if I am bad, I will get attention, and he goes for it, and he's been escalating. So right or wrong, a kid's going to get attention any way he can. And again, having a big family means that you look for a house that can include the entire family. I don't understand. From what I've heard from people in Florida, from viewers in Florida, Jupiter is kind of a ritzy area. You should look for a place with a mother-in-law's quarters or something if you need to have a sort of an isolated place. They have, semi-separated places in some of these things, looking for older homes that a house that it can accommodate a larger family. You have to give up, maybe you don't live in the ritzier part of town, but Mr. Moe and I, we looked for a house that would accommodate our large family. We didn't
Yeah.
put.
Yeah, I mean, what was so important in Florida to not buy a house sufficient enough for all of their kids?
Yeah, that's my issue right there. That's the base issue is, again, if you make the choice to have a large family, then, there is gives and takes, and you.
Yeah, and I mean, let me just get rid of my virtual background here. Oh, here you see from downstairs, where I'm currently is remodeling. Everything here is built as you can always divide everything into 2 rooms. That is planned because we don't know now who is going to be the tenant. Will it be a senior couple? Okay, that's the baseline. The senior couple, they have a master bedroom, spare room, office, and living room and kitchen. But everything can be divided into, so currently it is one, you can turn it into a 3-bedroom place. You can divide it into 5 bedrooms, but smaller. Or you can even take it to, no, let's do a gym out of one of the rooms. I mean, that's how, at least I do it here. So if you have a large family, even if it's a smaller house, there are always, okay, we will put up a new wall here. That's always an option. Even if it's just by curtains or anything. Because if you have kids age, I don't know, what is it, 3 to 11, you accommodate that.
Yeah, that's just, I don't get that. I don't get why you would purposely think, okay, well, this kid can sleep in the garage. We're fine. Or the closet or whatever. It just, that thinking just makes no sense to me. That's why 2 things can be correct at the same time. This kid can be difficult to parent. These parents can be at their wits' end, but they're also coming at this from a mental mindset that I just can't get, and that's completely wrong to me. But that's just me. And I actually have to bounce now because I have to go pick up the children. Speaking of children, I have to go get mine.
See what you do when you invite us on. We
Yes.
ruin your streams. You can't get.
Oh, no.
No,
No,
it's
this
just
is great. You guys made it go much faster because when I'm alone, I'm like, "Oh, am I talking too much? Am I not talking enough? Am I babbling by myself?"
But I really like to have these discussions because I like to see different sides of things. Because like I said before, when we went into this, I was thinking, I had no idea about this case. I was thinking you have a child who's in a literal box and he doesn't go to school. He doesn't do anything. He's being abused in this box. And then a lot of stuff is opening up and you're like, okay, wait, this is a lot different than I thought it was going to be. And I like talking to everybody about it.
Yes. So I will see you guys all on Nick's channel. I probably won't be on super duper long because, as I said, Fry was super duper upset that he could not go to the girls only sleepover. So he was up till 3 last night. And now he's, of course, napping. But I will probably be on for a little bit and then I will be going to bed. I know you are all just jealous of my glamorous life. I'm going to do laundry and go to bed. You're like,
Yeah.
You're like the glamorous life of Mo.
Yeah. I'm so envious here in my child-free home.
I will see you all later tonight. Have a great rest of your Friday. If I don't see you later, and like and subscribe and send to your friends if they want to learn more about the Boy in the Box and have me try to figure out what in the heck is going on here. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.